Uro, sup? Stosh, sup? Charles, sup? The Ashton, sup? I got a DM Harley too. How you doing, Bastion? I don't have to be in Oates' stream anymore. Oh man, Oates is never gonna talk to me again. Make the seed look hard. We had meetings earlier? Yeah. I need to have some meetings with, I need to have some meetings. I need to have a meeting with Charles. Now that Charles is back, Charles and I have to have meetings. Because I'm gonna have to start convincing him to skip work to collaborate with me, right? That's gonna be a series. I'm gonna have a series. It's gonna be a series for my YouTube, okay? It's gonna be, can I make this speedrunner a top randomizer player? And Charles is gonna be like, no, Hetty, I don't want to play randomizers, bro. And I'm like, you need to do it for my YouTube. Get to work, bro. There he is. What up, Squish? What up, Omnilisk? What up, Jacquio? Anachromium. Ha 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 ha! Aniv, and I haven't even beaten Final Fantasy X, but I know Aniv is literally talking about that scene in Final Fantasy X, and that was probably from Albert's chat. And it might have been from... It could have been from me, but it could have also been from someone else. And it was never an... Oh, yeah. Wait,
metal.
Harley?
Yeah, that fits.
Wait, he did a while ago. And it used to be in Albert's chat. Let me download that seed. Alright, so Harley and Bastion, I have a question for you two, okay? Like, if there is a moment where I can do something that's kind of unreasonable, like an unreasonable trick that I think is good, it probably won't happen, right? But if it's an unreasonable trick that I think is good, you want me to do it, or should I try to be like a little bit more like normal? Well, what if it's like, oh, well, you know what? You know, if you guys just did like a, you know, if you just G-moded this, you would have gotten both your suits, or, you know, if I did something, that's just kind of silly, right? Or obviously, like, I could spike suit something. Why can't you just be normal? Alright, I'll do whatever I want. I mean, usually, nothing crazy usually comes up. The biggest sequence breaks that I tend to do would probably be like hell runs that are a little bit more difficult than expected. So you're kind of not expected to maybe get something unless you come back later with more tanks. That's probably the most common type of sequence break. The other would be that's kind of inaccessible for people, would be an underwater wall jump to get something. It doesn't happen all the time. I would say the most common sequence break that you'll see is just doing a tighter hell run that's not really expected right now. That's probably the more common one. You gave up, yeah. Plando almost finished playtesting. Yo, let's go. When are you publishing your Plando on YouTube? What Plando? Which one? The one that I'm playing right now? I'm not even done with it. Why do you want it on YouTube? Well, technically, all my playthroughs are live on YouTube, so if you go to the live tab, you can find it. I gotta see how many human hairs we. What do you mean? You were floored by the seed? Okay. I mean, there's a chance that I don't know what happened in the seed at all, but there's a chance that maybe something was missing. Okay. I'm loading it up right now. Okay, Stash. So Stash, I was thinking for this plando, I might edit it. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'll put a full playthrough. Because if I don't put up like playthroughs of stuff right now, then my YouTube content will become very scarce. But I mean, I do put out live content. Like my live VODs go up. Those actually pick up some views, and they're every single day. Baby seed finishing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that's possible because it's possible that the two of you missed something, right? Or like didn't know something was possible. Like that happens. Oh yeah, whoever generated the seed, you can go to the seed page, unlock the spoiler log, and it'll tell you exactly what you were expected to do with a map, with a full map, and like with lines drawn and everything. It's actually really, really good. And I think in the future, if I'm creating content to kind of explain what my thought process is, I'm definitely going to use that map. But also part of the fun is just watching someone play it, right? I think it's always important. I would actually argue that it's more beneficial to actually watch someone play it over the spoiler log. Because watching someone plays it gives you a real life example of how someone would approach it, because sometimes the intended route is just like really bad. And not realistic, because you'd have to just get lucky to find the real route. Because it doesn't care about how efficient you do something. Ice, that sounds like a bad idea, Bastion. Yeah. When NN says that's not hard, he meant like that's not in hard logic. That's actually like considered expert. Like not like that's not difficult. He meant that's not hard. Like that's not in hard logic. That is not an easy thing to do. It's also very slow. But yeah, if you need quick answers because you're confused, the spoiler log is helpful. But it's the same principle in chess. In chess, it's very common that people will immediately click the analysis board and just see what kind of advantage they had in the beginning, and then be like, I should have done that. But you know, if you're talking about beating the game fast and efficiently, the spoiler log will only tell you what to do in hindsight. But if you don't know how to do something, it's useful. Did I stream yesterday? Yeah, I did. What is this poll? Should Eddie add an intro with LinkedIn Park? Oh, I read LinkedIn. Should Eddie add an intro with Linkin Park music to all of his videos? First of all, would I not just immediately get demonetized or something like that? Second of all, no. That's. You think this is like 20 years ago? Okay. Or I could just not do that, Stosh. Alright, you guys ready? Alright, chat. So, this is a seed that Harley and Bastion were racing for fun the other night. And, I don't know if Harley finished it. Bastion said that she got like 5 majors and gave up. And they didn't know what to do, so they asked me if I could play it. Yeah, racing, quote unquote racing. But, they asked me to play it and see how I would do it. So, I'll do it. Hi Eddie, hope you have a good stream. Looks like I'm home. Yeah, nice Jason. I love your content. Can you change up your stream music though? Tired of hearing the same 4 songs. Oh shoot, Lopter's on YouTube. Alright. I might consider changing up the songs. I also have to look into doing MSUs and stuff like that. Alright. I'll mess around with some different stuff. Here's the truth, okay? I'm gonna yap a little bit for a second. I don't generally listen to music. Period. Which I know sounds kind of crazy, because, you know, I kind of know how to sing. I played a little bit of guitar when I was younger too, right? But like, I literally do it because it's just dead air. So I personally don't care. I like music, but I actually don't listen to it very much. So I would just turn my stream on and have dead silence. But I figured that's not that great. Dumbchest is back. I'm not sure if he knows yet though. Alright, anyway, here we go. Let's do it. This seed is from Harley and Bastion from yesterday. Let's see how well I could do. 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so we got Business Center. I'm gonna pause because there's many things that we can do and maybe a map is nearby. There's a map down there. Generally at the start of the game, you just check every door because you just can't make any progress anywhere. I'm probably gonna go down there because I may be able to get that map. And I may have to sack for it, and that's fine. So, Turian to the right. So, I could see where the map is in Turian, but I'm not going there quite yet. Okay, so free map, unless it's Fantoon. That's a free map. Alright, so first things first, there's a free item down there, so I'm not going to look any further on the map. I'm going to grab this free item. Which is probably a super, because I cannot use a power bomb yet. I don't morph. Now I'm going to pause again after I go into this room, because this is now the juncture again. So, with the super, what can I do? I can open up that room, that gets me nothing. I can't go through there. I can open 2 doors there, and 1, 2, 3. I can't Alcatraz, but I can go along the top, and I can get into that room, and that's probably morph. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Okay, so we're walking all the way back. Remember, I don't have morph, so a lot of these items were inaccessible. The only thing I could see accessible is going along the top and getting to Parlor from the top. Parlor is one of the first rooms you see at the beginning of the game. So, right here. Now, we could also go up, but I did see something that was unlocked with these super missiles that I got. I think this takes 2 supers to get to, ultimately. 1 right here, 1 right here. So, this is probably morph at this point, is my guess. Oh, I can't get this, but I can get this. So this is probably morph. Okay, which then allows me to get the item directly above me. And this is probably bombs. Or it could be like ice or something. It's ice, okay. So the reason it could be ice is I did see another major. I'm gonna heal up here. Could also have been high jump, it could have been spring ball. Both would serve the same purpose. But the reason why I suspected it would have been maybe something like that is because I did see to the right that there was a room, Batoon hallway, that had a major over here. And it's inaccessible until I get morph, plus a way to get up there. So that the 3 ways to get up there, there's a few ways to get up there, right? But the 3 main ones I'm thinking about are spring ball, high jump, and ice. It's always this one. I would say for this one is always a little hard to get with ice. Basically, you just want to let this guy go down here and then wait for him to pop up and then just bam. Okay, so bombs. So what do I get with bombs? Bombs would let me get that missile over here. That's kind of difficult. I think that's actually out of logic right now. Bombs would let me... I could out of logic get that, but I won't be able to get back out. So, let me see here. This looks like I'm either going to Criteria or Turian now. Let's go to Turian because we already are kind of on this way. So we have two choices here, Criteria and Turian. I don't really see anything else I can get that's reasonable at the moment. Let's go Turian, see if it's a bust. You can get out of here with ice as well.
Throw.
You gotta be very careful jumping over these guys. If they hit you, you'll probably be dead. A key to moving underwater is always go in a spin jump, and then when you want to stop yourself, break spin. You'll come to a complete halt. If you're jumping without spin, you just know you're always at a risk. The moment you turn, the turning animation takes forever, and you sort of like wiggle a little bit. So you always want to be in spin, and then don't try to turn like this. You won't be able to really stop yourself. So what you want to do is you want to turn, press right, shoot, break your spin, land. You can press angle too. Okay, so I have bombs, so I can bomb jump up here. I'm gonna do it a little more cool way, but you would be able to bomb jump up here. And let's see what I can get. I'm gonna make my way towards the map if I can. But if there's more here, I'm just turning around. Okay. Okay, so, you know, I wonder if theoretically this could be in logic with ice. This would be really funny. But imagine, could this be in logic? This might literally be in logic, where you freeze this guy. So, the way I would always do this is wall jump off here and then just make it off the top. But I wonder if this is in logic and hard, if you jump like this. Because that would be really funny. I feel like that might be in logic for hard. Now, normally what you would do, let me explain how you would do this. And I know I'm losing time by explaining this. This is important to know. This is not in logic and hard, but if you ever have a dry door from below, what you want to do is you want to wall jump here. Okay, wall jump like right before the door transition. So, okay, now you're holding left and then you break shot immediately. Hold left, break shot. While holding jump. That's funny enough, that's not in hard, but that's what you would do. Anyway, this isn't it. This is not the solution, so I'm going out and it looks like I have to go to Criteria. Yep, aim up, down, whatever, just break your spin. Thank you, Andy. I am trying to get some supers and I am not getting any. Okay. Those bugs can be a little annoying to get on, but just make sure you elevate one bug up, freeze one, then just take your time, you can kill the others. You can try to do it faster, but if you want to be patient, I saw Harley struggling with this the other day. Just freeze one. I wasn't willing to die there. Alright, so let's go up. I don't think I've saved yet. So I feel a little uncomfortable, but there were no nearby saves. I'll just kill all of them. Okay. Now, I'm gonna pause and look at for the map. Map is really far away. So, first thing we're gonna do, grab this item. So, there's a few schools of thought here. Because the map is so far away, I wouldn't fault anyone for just blind checking these doors. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to save. Now, the reason why I think it's fine to blind check in this situation is because the odds of you getting to this map are actually kind of slim, right? And you don't really have much health. You don't have many other things. So I'm going to check some of these nearby doors. That could be in logic. Although I think they changed up the logic in hard, so I'm not 100% sure anymore. This is not in logic. Oh, actually it is. So the way that I did it is not in logic. The way you would do it logically is you would morph along the edge, and then you repel yourself, and then hold left. That's how you would do it logically. I'm gonna save. And so here's what I'm gonna do from now. I'm going to actually take the left door, and I'm gonna work my way towards the map. But I will check all the doors that are just like in the immediate vicinity. I'm actually gonna check this too. I will probably die if this is something. But the reason why I want to check the down doors, there's not that many down doors in the game and up doors. So this could be jail, which has the power bombs. It is not. Okay, so let's make our way to the right. The reason why I'm going this way is because I'm just trying to find something, and if I'm gonna check random doors, I might as well check the doors that are on my way to the map. So if it's a god-awful situation where everything is so far away, at least there's a chance that maybe I just get to the map in the process. Okay. Some more tanks. So I'm actually probably going to go through that one room, flower house, because I'm a little suspicious. We're getting all these tanks close by. I'm operating sort of under the circumstance that, I'm operating under the assumption that I may not be able to progress very far before getting locked out, and if so, then this is one of the few rooms that I can do that I haven't tried yet, so. I did have a save, so I'll just load. Okay. But I would say that's not something you have to do in general. That's just me being a little cheeky. Okay, so we're in a new area. That's nice. I'm gonna make my way towards that map. You could peek that right door if you want, but that map seems close enough where I think my odds of getting to it are pretty reasonable, so I'm just gonna go straight for the map. And it's not. So, this is suspicious because I know there's an item up there. That was a Hotarubi missile room. So if I keep going left, up, and around right here, yeah, I know there's an item in this spot right here. And it's another tank. Interesting. You're getting a lot of tanks here. That doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna have to do hell runs to progress. Oh. Now this is suspicious. This is one of the hardest things that you have to do in hard. So, this was not originally in hard because you have to stand on the right pixel, right? And then you have to do a crouch, press jump, and right. Now the thing is, this wasn't in hard for a while because if you're on the wrong subpixel, meaning you can't necessarily tell, right? If you're on the wrong subpixel, you may bonk your head on this. Even if you're standing on the right pixel, it might just be like that. So the setup that why it changed in hard, right, is how you do this is you jump to the right, right? Now what I would recommend is you spin jump to the right, and then you turn and break spin. So boom, like this. So now you're up against the wall, right? So from here, you morph, You morph up against the wall. You tap left. And now you tap right, so you're facing right. And now you stand up. And now you are on the correct pixel. And the subpixels should be completely perfect. So you can do this. It is a crouch jump, down grab. That's one of the things that was, like, people were not very happy about this being in hard because it's kind of difficult. But as long as you know how to do it, it's really not bad at all. Anyway, that isn't hard, so I'm very suspicious about this being in logic. Now it's another zone. Let's see where the map is. The map is really far away. So this seed is like kind of awkward. On one hand, I'm very curious about fleshing this area out because I just did all these tricks to get here. But on the other hand, that map is closer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back. And I'm gonna see if I can get the map in wreck ship. Left, right, boom, jump. Crouch, down grab. Now you hold crouch, angle up, or you're holding L and R and you're crouched. And the Mocktroid will happen to be in the exact perfect spot for you. There. Anyway, let's go down here. Yeah, it's a subtle thing. You stole that? Okay, so I'm coming back because of this door. Jump. Now I could get locked out, but I just feel like this is the highest value play at the moment because it's getting pretty close to a map. Okay. So, a map is always valuable. It can just tell you what to do. Alright, so if I go right, I can get that item, but I may not be able to get that. If that X is power bombs, then I can get the major. If the X is power bombs, we're in business. Yeah, you have to kind of face tank the lava. You have to face tank it. You just want to spend as minimal time as you can. So just think of it yourself as allowing yourself one dip. You want to allow yourself only one dip in there. Because, yeah. Okay, so we got this. This gives us major. Space is just a filler beam. It can, there's funny instances where it can provide, progression, but in this case it doesn't. Okay, so we're gonna get all these majors. These are a little complicated. This seed is, I can see why you guys would have had a difficult time. It's not the easiest seed. You're forced to do kind of the more difficult rooms, and you don't have like a crazy amount of health. High jump, okay. You're safe here. So I haven't saved in ages, so I'm actually gonna save here. So what up, Trisinza? Okay, so I just got high jump. That does unlock stuff. Now I would normally pause and probably like look back and see if there's something I'm missing that got unlocked by high jump. I'm gonna do that after I get this major up here. Okay, so this is out of logic. Now this is where I'm just gonna straight up cheat. This is UWJ. I think this is like kind of cheating, and I know you guys can't UWJ, right? I can see that that is a major that I'm able to get now. It may require another tank, but there's a tank over there. So this is the item that I'd be very suspicious about over here. Yeah. None of this I'm really expecting to be in logic until I get space jump or grapple or something like that. I'm gonna UWG this. You know what? I'm not gonna UWG it. You're right. Horse girl, you're right. I'm not gonna UWG it. Why would I do that? Hey, they told me to do it. They're like, play whatever, do whatever you want. But you know what? I feel like that just kind of ruins it completely. So I'm not gonna get it. We're gonna assume that I am not capable of doing that. I am an honest citizen. I pay for my cat licks. Okay, but what we are going to do is now get that major on the right. Now, I feel pretty confident that I should be able to do this with 2+1. But if you don't feel confident in that, what you can do is just grab the E-tank that was in Parlor that I left behind. Because we now have the power bombs. It's funny how I have to like rewire how I approach things. By the way, if you kill all the Metroids, they no longer respawn. Can be a double-edged sword. I often leave them alive, but sometimes I pay for that by dying randomly in the future. But they can be used as like a refill otherwise, which is the only reason. Alright, so we have to come from the bottom. But can we leave out the top? Because the top is a one-way. This is always a little dangerous. So you want to save before attempting any of this, basically. Okay, just wave. I think a filler beam makes sense. Okay. Alright, so like we said, none of this is in logic yet. I'd be tempted to do it and cross with ice like Bastion was talking about, but I'm not gonna do that. And so we have high jump now. Okay, so I'm gonna go into Turian. If this does seem like what you have to do, and this is kind of funny, but admittedly, this is a pretty good seed to play with the spoiler log to give you an idea of what you have to do in a lot of situations. This stuff doesn't always come up, and I would say the stuff that it looks like I have to do is some of the harder stuff in Hard Tricky. It's the more complicated underwater movement, right? But ice plus high jump lets you get up Main Street, logically. And I would say that is something that is kind of difficult for a lot of people. Could it be in very hard? I think debatably it could be for people. There's some nuance to it. This is spicier. If you play a lot of Hard Tricky and you get used to this, then you know you're just used to it. But you kind of groan a little bit when you have to do this. But we just got high jump, right? So high jump is the last thing I got basically. So I'm immediately thinking, oh, I have high jump. I had the ice from earlier. Main Street is now unlocked. You have to think about what did high jump get me. And I could not do this earlier. I could get to here with my ice only. But the high jump is what kind of lets me get through this. Now the reason even though I know this is now unlocked with high jump, I wouldn't necessarily do this. So let me explain. I'm not gonna do a gravity jump from here. I'll just show you how you would kind of do this, I guess, normally. So you can kind of get up on there. Now, here's an important thing about ice. You want to really spend your time rubbing up against the frozen objects. Because every time you rub, every frame you rub up against a frozen monster, you actually get pushed up 1 pixel. You could think of it as you're essentially arm pumping upwards, right? So that's really key. So sometimes it looks like you can't get up here, right? Like watch this, like it looks like I could barely get up there, right? But watch me like completely clear this crab in a sec. I'm gonna hold right against it. Oops. And I just flew up like a bunch of extra pixels. So how you would do this is freeze this guy here. And then you would jump right, hold right, down grab at the last moment. So you want to keep both of those guys alive. The crab will get you go a little bit higher, and then you grab this one. So this guy you need to freeze as well. With high jump, you could freeze him down here, or you can freeze him up here. But it's important to freeze this guy. If you miss it, you're gonna have to UWJ or wait for a crab that takes 10 years. Now everything else you could just get through normally. Okay. So the reason why I chose to come here, yes, it's twofold. Ooh, hell run right away, huh? I'm not gonna peek this item. Well, I am, but I'm gonna. Okay, so it's missing. Oh my gosh, it's potentially Fantoon. Okay, it's not Fantoon. So the reason I came here is because it's unlocked with high jump, and I knew I can get to a map. So it's twofold. Alright, so what am I getting here? There's plasma, which I don't really need, and then there's that major right there. And that major's pretty key. Plasma is useful though, because if I get charged, I could consider finishing the game suitless. But I assume that, you know, the both of you don't probably want to always do Ridley suitless, so yeah. Let's just save here. Now, I could skip the plasma. Let me think about this. Down metal pirates, plasma. I could probably just skip the plasma. I don't know if I would get this in a real run. I think I could get it, but I would say the execution is difficult. And it would probably involve me having to do low ice strats where I kill all 2 metal pirates with 1. So let's just skip it. Let's just operate under the assumption that we're gonna find the suits later. And play like that. Now in a race, I do think I would probably attempt it once, at least. Now what I will say is there was that major back in Parlor. Or not the major. There was an E-tank that you can get back in Parlor earlier, and I opted to I forgo the E-tank. That's because I'm confident like that I can get through a lot of hell runs pretty well. But so my threshold for like not really going out of the way for extra E-tanks is somewhere around 3 tanks. I would say that your threshold should probably be a little higher than that. So, you know, if you have no suits and you don't have any tanks, I would say go a little out of your way for some extra things. Okay, so grapple. So what does grapple get us? Grapple gets us across Coliseum and gives us access to all these majors. Cool. So that is our logical access to all those majors in Coliseum. Now, if you could pull off the high jump, that's one of the reasons why you would pull that Coliseum off with ice plus high jump.
Because this grapple appears to be solely for the purpose to get you across Coliseum to get these items. And those items could just be like both suits or something like that, right? So if that's the case, then this grapple is not necessary if you can get across the Coliseum. Because the purpose of the grapple is solely for that. Now, there could be a situation where you have to go through like Pants Room. But I have other solutions for that, but like, you know, you could get burned in that sense. But that's why sometimes if you have the spring ball and high jump and you can double spring ball jump and get through some Everest doors that you would normally need grapple for, that's why it's really powerful to know some of these strats, because you could essentially skip this grapple, which I had to go out of my way for. If that makes sense. Double spring ball jump is one of the most powerful things, I think, because it doesn't just give you the tangible benefit of getting through a difficult room. It will also, it also lets you confidently go into rooms that would otherwise soft lock you. For example, if you go to a down door and it's fish tank, it's the left side of fish tank, you actually just plummet down like 2 screens, right? And if you have high jump plus spring ball and like no ice, so you have no logical way to get back up, that means that you could get back. Okay, so this is a situation where you could consider saving. You could save on this right and then go through all here. In the off chance that none of these majors are useful, you could then reset them. But I think the likelihood of that is so low that I'm not gonna bother. Okay, so I'm gonna deboost off this first one. Okay. And then this one, I'm gonna try to land this one. Now, to traverse water, the one cardinal sin that you can do in the water is if you're going forward, commit to going forward. Do not turn. If you turn, you'll kegel this end, you're dead. You can get out with high jump, but I would just say the best solution is don't get stuck in here in the first place, okay? The other thing that you want to do is if you're spinning, because you will spin when you jump, right? Do not land in spin. Break your spin early. Because what you want to do, if you land in spin, you land when your hitbox is shrunk, and then you extend your hitbox deeper into the sand, so you'll sink. So what you need to do is land, jump, break, spin. Spin, jump, like that. So think like the floor is really hot. Think of it as, pretend like you would take damage quickly if you're on the sand. So you landed, oh, forward jump, break spin, forward jump, oh. And if you just build that into your muscle memory, you will not have any trouble sinking into the sand. Now I'm gonna do a little grapple jump, because I'm sick. But, you know, you would normally just jump through the bottom. Floor is lava, yeah. Just think of it as floor is lava and do not land in spin. Now you can get that X. I'm gonna skip it. I'll pick it up later if I want to, but like this might just be charged plasma, gravity, who knows, right? And then I just don't need anything else. Now I know how to ice clip this. I'll give you a little tutorial, but basically, you're standing here. You hold jump and you hold up. No spin jump, no nothing, and you freeze right where this guy. See his little bottom. See how his bottom is parallel to the second tile here. So see how it's like there's one little tile that sticks out, looks like a shoe? Like where the middle of a shoe would be, that tile? This should line up with this. This might be a pixel high, but we'll see. Nah, that's perfect. Anyway, for the purposes of this, it's important that you don't do like a spin jump and then upshot. You would do this. But anyway, I'm not gonna do that. I just want to show you guys. Okay, so screw attack. Grab this. And let's see, what else do we got? That major over there. Okay, was there anything else? Nope. So screw attack is interesting. So screw attack is a progression item. And the reason why it's interesting is if you kind of find screw attack and you still have more to do in the game, usually, oh, we can't get this. That's funny. Okay, my bad. You have to kill Fantoon to get this item. So, what screw attack generally means is What screw attack generally means is you have to probably go through like lower Norfair rooms. Something like Key Hunter Shaft, which I have seen and I chose not to go down. Or like Three Musketeers, something like that. So here's something cheeky we can do, I'll show you. We can actually check this item, which I think is worth in this case doing. So by the way, you can actually tell, it's been a while since this actually happened to me, but you can tell what room that is because it's a 4-tile room and the on the right side, it's like a small nub. So you could tell it's a 4-tile room. If it was another room, the little nubs on the side would have been bigger. So it's actually one room. So a 4-room with one little nub is the right supers room. I actually haven't been got like that in a while. I feel like I haven't seen that room be like that. But I'll show a cheeky way you can check this. Okay. Normally there's a robot in the way. If you morph at the right time and press right, so down right, you can KGO this. You can't get back out though. Okay, so space jump, I'm probably not coming back for that. You can get back out with the crystal flash, but... And I've done that before. I've done that in races before where I come out with a suit and it's hilarious. But I would say in general, don't worry about that. Yeah, I would say it's a pretty cool seed. Okay, so I'm actually gonna go down and grab this, I'm gonna grab this X. I actually think the game is easier to operate under having at least 10 supers. The power bombs I don't care as much about because I actually do have regular bombs. So that mitigates the issue. If you don't have regular bombs and you only have 5 power bombs, the X's kind of rise up a lot in value. Because, like, you're gonna have power bomb issues like all the time. Don't try to mimic me, just run along the sand and do the same things that you did. I've done this so many times that I'm pretty fast at it. Okay, so, Turian, there's the plasma over there. So we're done, we can go to criteria. So now we're at a point where we have to think about this, okay? So first, I'm gonna go, I'm in Meridia, right? Turian is cleared out. So we gotta go to criteria, right? So now we're in criteria. Now, do we go into Rex ship? And then Norfair? Because we can't get that major. Or do we flesh out criteria? So basically, what I choose to do is typically determined by how far the map is, right? Norfair map is really bad. Criteria map is also really bad. So, normally I would do Norfair. If all things were equal, the map were as bad and equally bad in both. There's a few things I think about on which one I'm gonna do, right? Number one thing is going to be which region is just closer. In this case, criteria is just the closer one. So typically that's gonna be criteria. That's probably the number one thing, right? I will say there's 2 more things that I'm typically thinking about, right? Criteria is closer, and criteria is also, got another thing going for it, and it's that Wasteland is guarding it. I have a few tanks, I just got the screw attack, and screw attack would assist me in getting through Wasteland. I believe there is some logic that would make that a little bit easier. I'm not 100% sure. But I have to think about how I'm justifying my screw attack. I think there may be logic for that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my way left, and I'm gonna go through this Wasteland. I'm gonna need some health for it. You can typically get through with, if you're really tight about it, you can get through with 3 tanks. But, you know, I'm gonna need a little bit more health than that, so. I could also go to the Shack Tool. But let me see where I can farm up real quick. I guess I could just farm this room. So, I will say, one thing I will point out right now is, you know, obviously I'm like calm and chill, right? And in a race I would still be calm and chill. However, I am acknowledging that this is a bad spot to be in. It's not a bad spot for you as an individual. Sorry. It's not a bad spot to be in a race because everyone is going to be in this spot. Everyone is going to be in this spot. So if everyone is in a bad spot, then you shouldn't be too nervous about that because everyone's equally in a bad spot, right? However, basically, it's a bad spot in the sense that if you choose to do either Criteria or Norfair, your odds of getting to the map are not really that great, and it's a long journey. So if you choose wrong, it's bad in the sense that you're going to lose time. You're going to lose a lot of time to the other person potentially if there's no recourse. Okay. So I'm gonna pop these guys. Just a missile. Now, if there's more hell runs and stuff, then I know I don't have to be here. Yo, what up, Banana? I haven't seen you in a while. I was watching some old VODs and I remember you being there because I was watching my Kaizo stuff. And I was like, huh, where's Banana been? I saw Octomubiki say... Okay, so with this room, you can't get out without high jump. I'm gonna reset. We're going to Norfair. That's enough information for me to not progress further. So now I know, let's go to Norfair. Now, we could have to go through Shack Tool, which is really funny. It absolutely could be Shack Tool. But there's no reason to believe that your progression couldn't just be, you know, another door, if that makes sense. All right. So once again, I will point out that I would have EWJ that and got that major. And that's, you know, pro player privilege, being able to do stuff like that. Yo, what up, Beans? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I'm sort of like doing a little tutorial guide on how to navigate these seeds. So I'm not going as fast as I could and I'm not doing some real dirty cheats. Now I would say if, you know, you're not very, very experienced, try to keep your health up if you can. But yeah, we're gonna go left. We're gonna make our way towards the map. So yes, we could just blind all these doors individually. Okay, so this actually makes me want to go up. Because I'm going to try to find the items. If there's items, I'm gonna grab the items. Along the way to the map. But you don't want to just like, kind of check all the doors necessarily. You'd rather make your way towards the map because you may find the solution on the way towards the map. If that makes sense. Okay, so coward. Oh, it's not today. I'm helping people out. Okay, I'm helping homies out. Okay, so these are just missiles. Goodbye, Oats. You kind of deserve that. Okay, so this is a rare circumstance where I don't like blind checking stuff normally. But wreck ship is to the right here, right?
Nice shot.
Oh, actually, I guess they won't necessarily get choked out. But it's actually hard to come back up here, so I'm gonna peek these rooms real quick. And I'm probably just gonna turn around now. There is an item here. And I got charged. Sweet. So it's kind of a crappy location. That was blind. And you could continue forward here. I'll probably check the... I'm a little suspicious if this is going to... what kind of room this is right here. So I'm going to actually check this top door as well. But the only reason I'm blinding some of these doors right here... oh, is because I'm a genius. But basically, see how this map is really far away, right? So basically, you're loosely trying to go to the map, but we're in a situation where you sort of have to blind. And it's actually hard to get back up here. You have to go through the bottom, right? So I kind of have like, you have to have a sense of like, you have to kind of pick and choose which doors to blind. And there's like metrics for that. It's gonna be like, how hard is it to get to? Like, can I get back here easily? And if it's not, I'm like, well, the door is right here. I am right here. And that door is right there. And it's hard to get up here. So because it's hard to get back, I'm like, all right, let's just, this is one of the doors I will blind. You don't want to blind just like any door. If that makes sense. Anyway, that's sort of like a thing. I would say the biggest thing I want you get, how you get good at randos, is you always should have metrics in your head that sort of make you decide like, okay, am I gonna do this? Am I gonna not do this? And like, what is the threshold on why I wouldn't do this? And everyone's gonna have a different sense of that. Okay, so, this is funny because in a lot of ways, this won't be in logic. So this is a sense where this is a situation where I'm kind of saying, okay, we're at this point where I'm saying kind of like screw logic, and I'm gonna make my way towards the map. This could be in logic in a few ways, namely if you can grapple along the top. Actually, this might be in logic to get down and hear from, is this? No, I don't think it, wait, hold on, is this? I've never thought about the logic in this situation. Can you get up here via this? I actually want to find out. Because I don't actually know if you can. No, okay. So this is only in logic if there's a way to loop back up to the top, I believe. Snail climb is not in logic in hard unless they changed it. So grapple jump is not in logic, but let's say this loops back up to the top of Aqueduct. It could be in, going into Aqueduct can be in logic because from the top you grapple along the ceiling and then you end up on the right side. Yeah. So one thing I will say is this is currently, as far as I know, out of logic because you're not expected to be able to go through Aqueduct unless you have high jump boots plus spring ball usually, or speed booster or gravity. So usually that's the criteria. So what that means is from here on out, I'm very suspicious of everything on the right side of here. Everything on the right side of here feels like it's in logic, and that's a smaller area, so I wouldn't fault someone for thinking I might just blind all the Norfair on the right side, because what do I have left to do? There's not much left, right? I already found I already cleared all of Meridia, I cleared all of Turian. Criteria determined I can't go there. I have Shack Tool. And now I only have the right side of Norfair. So, my suspicion right now is you could absolutely blind this right side of Norfair and probably find the next progression item. However, because I am at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to save, and my choice here is to just go to the map. But if you were, you know, not super comfortable with a lot of things and you can understand the logic, I would not fault you too much for leaving here. Now, you would want to maybe verify by going up along the top here. You would want to maybe verify that it doesn't loop back to the top of Aqueduct. Now, this isn't more of a complicated thing. It doesn't. But that's something that you would probably want to verify. Because if this looped back to the top of Aqueduct, then it would be in logic. I know that gets a little complicated. That's a little beyond the scope of all this, but I hope that makes sense on why it's like it could or could not be in logic. I think it is a little dumb, and it's probably something that should be revisited, but at the start of all of this, it was actually just killing everybody. Even good, strong players didn't know how to snail climb. It seems so trivial now, but strong players were just dying. Okay, so, here's what I'm gonna do. I know this looks crazy, but that looks like it could be speed locked, and I already know it's a lot of logic. So, at this point on, I would suggest to most people to blind the right side of Norfair. However, I'm just gonna do this. Basically, I want to get the map. I'm stacking for the map here. Now, this could be Fantoon, and in which case, I would just, you know, be very sad. But Norfair potentially could be big enough where, you know, I'd rather just do this. you're probably going down a speed lock because you just went down a one-way. And the return path might have been Croc Speedway. So this is very reasonably likely to be a speed lock situation. But I'm very close to the map, so. So, let's try to get to this map. And I think this is Fantoon. So this sucks, but that's life. I'll probably have to kill Fantoon twice. And if you decide to blind Norfair there, you would have been in a great spot. The aqueduct logic is a little complicated, but you do have to remember that kind of stuff. You have to really think about logic in aqueduct, how you can get it out. But basically, general rule of thumb, if you find aqueduct and you don't have speed booster or high jump plus spring or gravity, think about turning around. Seriously, think about turning around. You really should think about turning around. I would say, in most cases, you should turn around. Whoops. Admiral Vortex, I have, it's called, on Stream Beats, it's called the Pixel. It's the Pixel playlist. It's a Harris Heller's product. You could actually just, I think it's streambeats.com. I don't think it's org. It might be com, but you can literally just download it off their website. Okay, so let's see if I'm locked. Probably am. Sweet, I'm not locked. That's neat. So Ridley's over here. And that looks like Dragon into a major. Dragon into a major, that's cool. Okay, and then that right side that we were talking about, yeah, so blinding the right side, you probably get the loot that you're talking about. Sweet. Okay. So you can get through with just high jump and ice. The best way to do this if you have high jump is if you have any sort of runway, you want to do a grav jump. So jump on the bottommost frame you can. And then you hold down into the next room and then you press left to do a little wiggle. So I'm holding down and I press left. Okay. That's when you have high jump. Now alternatively, you could just use that one crab and just climb along the bottom. So fortunately, I'm not speed locked. Unfortunately, Ridley's here. So I have to come back anyway. But yeah, I would say this seed is definitely a lot more of an advanced seed to play. And I already know that 3 of the bosses are here. Or sorry, 2 of the bosses are here. So the only boss I'm looking for at this point is Kraid. I'm only looking for Kraid, right? So now I'm thinking, the only thing I'm thinking about is how do I kill Ridley and Mother Brain? And how do I kill Kraid? Right, where do I find Kraid? So, while it's tempting to go through here and go all the way here and then get these and kill Dre, I'm actually gonna go into Bryn. For 2 reasons. 1, Kraid's probably here somewhere. And I could probably actually make my way towards this way by going through Bryn, because it'll connect on there. So, this is not necessarily a shortcut, but I have to probably go into Bryn to find Kraid anyway, right? So I'm just gonna do this. You don't have to do this. You could just go in from Bryn the other way, and then make your way to Ridley from this direction too. But the map might just be on this side, so who knows, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna make our way towards this map. I legit thought I just found Kraid. That would have been funny. So, I'm trying to find Kraid here, and I'm trying to find my way of killing Ridley in the other room. That's annoying. This isn't logic. Okay. I'm blinding this. So. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I was gonna say I said this. I thought this was Kraid shaped, but it's mother brain shaped. It was 4 tiles of a room. So we'll go through here. And we'll go through here. Okay, we're gonna go for our way up. You can peek this if you want. It serves a few things. You can get your power bombs back from these B-toms. And if you see anything, you can just peek it. But you don't have to do that. Aha, I see the toilet in the background. I'm not gonna bother with these missiles. So that comes from Norfair. Oh, so you actually wanted to go through here. That's actually really funny. Okay, so I got punished for coming in this direction. That's actually kind of hilarious. It was like the worst possible thing it could have been for me. This section just being kind of useless. So it was just kind of a waste of time. And we're gonna back out. We're now going to do what I was talking about. So at this point, I know that Kraid has a good chance of being in that general direction. I'm gonna see if I could take a shortcut of this way. Now, Kraid could still be in Criteria. You don't have to do this, but it should be a little bit faster for me. At the cost of some health. Baby skip is actually above as well, so I'd rather just not have to do that. Okay, so we're gonna go right. And at this point, we have to treat the major items as very important because we don't have a solution for beating Ridley. Now, something I will say is for myself, so we can get that major. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save and go down here, grab that major. For myself, I would be thinking about things like, okay, you guys remember that plasma that I left behind? Like that would be enough to be a go mode for me, right? Because I know I can beat Ridley suitless with this loadout with plasma. Because I would just do 20 shots KPDR style and just do like a hitless fight. But I understand that, you know, not everyone is going to be able to do that on like a pretty reasonable way, like pretty reasonably under a time frame. So you have to know what your own thresholds are. Like, would you feel comfortable doing Ridley suitless on 9 tanks if you had plasma? Like full beam combo? Is that enough? Maybe you only do Ridley if on that type of loadout when, maybe you only do Ridley on that sort of loadout when you have a save nearby. So like I would maybe be willing to do it like, you know, 6+1 with plasma with nothing else. By the way, this is auto logic. So you would be doing first frame wall jumps for this. I could just skip this. Maybe should I just not get this? Yeah. Yes. So if you get space jump, how you get out of this is, okay, so let me explain. You know how you can do a delayed wall jump, right? Let me just explain how to do this. You know how you can do a delayed wall jump where you're wall jumping really off the wall, right? In these wall jumps would be the exact opposite. You would do almost instant wall jumps to the point where you almost will fail the wall jump, right? And you would do those types of wall jumps repeatedly on these 2 walls, and that's how you get this break free. Now, if you have spring ball and high jump, you can spring ball jump this, right? What will also put this in logic is space jump. So how you would do this with space jump is you break this water line. So let's get Samus above like the halfway point here, right? So then if you have space jump, then you let her dip, like you let her dip into the water and then you press space jump. That's how you would get out with space jump. It's not hard. So you would get to this point, you let go, and then you let her dip for a little bit, and then you press jump, and you will not necessarily make this ledge. But what will happen is if you can continuously space jump along the water line, and you're getting much higher than if you were to do these wall jumps, right? So then you would do a space jump and then a wall jump. So you do a space jump, wall jump at the peak. That's how you would do it. Now, I'm gonna get the speed. And the reason I'm gonna get the speed is we just killed Fantoon, right? You know how we just killed Fantoon? What we can do now is go all the way back there and get our space jump. So, for the purposes of this demonstration, I kind of feel like I'd rather just not backtrack. And I got it. Won't snail climb, will break 3. It's because we killed Fantoon, so we could literally just walk back and we can go get the thing. But that's a little unnecessary. Now here's what I can do. I can, for the sake of not having this, we could just turn this off. How about that? Does that make you feel better? But I'm gonna keep it for now. We've killed 1. We already know the location of 2, so the only thing we're worried about is finding Kraid. Okay, so let me show you how to get out of here. Right? When you enter the bottom right room, as long as you just hold right. Don't press left or anything, just hold right, right? Jump over there's 1 snail that'll be along the round, just jump over him. And then you'll get here. So snails, they're like Boos in Mario, but they're a little jank. So sometimes their AI freaks out a little bit. You turn away from them, they'll walk towards you. You turn towards them, they look at you, right? If you stand, the midpoint of the snail is where the snail's like eyes are. So what I mean by that is, if you are standing on the snail, you're like, am I looking to the left or the right, right? If Samus is past the midsection of the snail, then that's when the snail will turn around. Does that make sense? So that's why people get confused here and die. So here's what I'm gonna say, right? Okay, so I look right, the snail's hiding, right? The snail will still be hiding. The snail is still hiding. But once I cross the midpoint, that's when the snail thinks I'm looking away. So what I like to do is I go up against the wall, boom, snail's now looking away, and I turn. And now the snail's looking away. Does that make sense? Because it's the midsection of the snail. Yep. So what I like doing is I just repeatedly turn like this. I just jump and then I turn. I jump and turn. Hold right, tap left. Now, snail climbing without swing ball or anything is not in logic, in hard. But it is extremely important to know, so you should learn how to do it. It's harder without, now the thing is, it's hard because they do 100 damage. So if you have 0 E-tanks at the beginning of the game, you'll just die. Anyway, let's go kill Dragon. So first shot, right here. Second shot between, right to the left of this pipe. Boom. That'll hit that guy up there. And then right on this pipe. Boom. Okay, so grapple jumping. or grapple kill. All right. For ammo kills, it's different. You want to stay on the side of Dragon. What you want to do is stay away from Dragon. And now I know you wait a little bit. If Dragon doesn't spawn, you know that Dragon's coming from the right. This one is jank because if the goop hits you in the head, you're gonna get damaged, and then you try to jump and you won't jump because you're hit. So this part's jank. You hope the goop hits your butt or lower, and then once it touches you, you jump. And you want to jump to kind of reach the turret. You want to jump where you're almost level with the turret that you're going to grapple. Then you hold angle up and then you grapple it. So I'll try to explain. I'll try to demonstrate. It hit my head. Boom. It hit my head, so I walked a little bit left to adjust. But after it grabs you, you want to then jump about as high as the turret is. So you want to reach the turret with your head and then get grabbed from that point. That'll let it be so that you can that'll let you basically just get the thing. Now, this gravity jump, as long as you can do this with 0 runway, but it's kind of jank with 0 runway. If you have any sort of runway and it's not and you have no if you have any sort of runway and it's dry land over here, you can always get this gravity jump. Okay, just run through, turn off your high jump, turn off speed boost or whatever you have, and just try to jump bottom frame. It's not the most, just try to jump bottom frame, but it's actually kind of lenient if you have runway. So that was not last frame. I like to hold down and you'll just always reach it. Oh, Barry's gonna get mad at me. Let's turn this off. Okay, so high jump plus spring. For me, if I get high jump plus spring, I almost usually, in a lot of cases, I'm thinking I'm not gonna get anything else. I'm just gonna go beat the game now, because that's enough to get you through like almost anything in the game, if you know how to use it. Okay. Let's go get this major, because I'm going to play under the. I'm gonna operate under the assumption that I am not capable of killing Ridley. Like I'm not comfortable killing Ridley suitless. We're gonna operate under that sort of assumption here. But yeah, I would say this seed's pretty hard. Like I don't blame the both of you having trouble with the seed. There's a lot of logic stuff to assume. Like even in a weekly, I would say this is pretty tough. And you're gonna see people approach it differently. Could I do Ridley with 5 takes? No, but I know where Plasma is, so I can go get Plasma and then go kill Ridley if I had to. Like there are things like that I would think about. But yeah. I would also think about while I'm in the process of finding crate. Because here's the thing, here's something to always think about, right? You don't have to worry about killing Ridley right now, because Ridley's pretty close to Mother Brain, right? So you could just go off and do everything you want in the game, and then Ridley's next to Mother Brain, so you just kill Ridley last, right? So you don't have to stress about killing Ridley. Now, if Ridley was, you know, let's say I go into Bryn, and Ridley was all the way at the top of Bryn, right? Then you need to stress about killing Ridley, because let's say I have to go, I can't kill Ridley, right? I have to go all the way back down, and then I have to go all the way back up to kill Ridley. That's a lot of backtracking. But this is not that much backtracking. So I still have to find Kraid. So you don't have to worry too much about this. You can go find Kraid, and then when you're ready to, and then when you find Kraid, then you have to start thinking, now how do I kill Ridley, right? So on the way, in the process of finding Kraid, you'll probably find more and more resources to potentially kill Ridley. So always think about where Ridley is sort of in relation to Mother Brain, and then that will kind of, and depending on where you are and where you have to be, and that may stress you out. Let's say you have no way of killing Dragon or reaching Dragon because Dragon is speed locked and Dragon is far away with Ridley. Now you don't have to stress out about killing Ridley either, because you also can't kill Dragon, right? So you physically cannot kill Dragon. There's no way to access. So you have to think of things like that sometimes too. Plasma wasn't really on logic, and the Hell Run was actually quite difficult and probably would have required me to do some more advanced movement tech. So I chose not to do it. Because I do want to kind of keep this. The only reason I got speed, by the way, is because like, I'm gonna continue with this and try to demonstrate how I'm gonna play it. But if but I think turning off speed is fair because I won't get the benefit of the speed. But let's say we get to the point where, okay, now I actually have to go to Coliseum, get the space jump to get the speed. I don't need to illustrate that. Like, you guys understand it, right? Okay, and this is just X-ray. So, we're gonna go into Bryn. And we're gonna see if Kraid's there. Kraid doesn't have to be there, could be behind Shack Tool. Gate glitching. How you want to do a gate glitch, right, is you back up 2 pixels. So if you press right, you may see Samus flinch, but you don't see her move. See how I'm like flinching, but I'm not moving? That's because I'm moving sub-pixels. I'm not actually moving pixels yet. So you want to see, I move 2 pixels back, right? And how you want to gate glitch is you want to press left, and then 1 frame after you press shot, okay? In the air. So you're holding angle, you press left shot, almost at the exact same time, all right? What I like to do to normalize this, because the underwater gate glitch, if you move back 2 pixels, is exactly the same timing as the air ones. You'll see people, and I used to do this too, where I jump in the air and shoot, right? You can do that, and that's what I used to do. However, if you do that underwater, you won't get the same results because you're jumping up too high. So what I like to do now in randos is I bonk the ceiling, and then as I fall, I press left and shot. Almost at the exact same time. Okay? Yo, Max Frost? Is that easy? Yeah. It's not hard. I would say when it breaks for people, it's because it never breaks for me anymore. Thank you, Max Frost. Because I sort of understand the mechanic where I normalize everything. Most people just spam it. Most people just, they just repeat, right? The problem is, if your muscle memory shifts on that, you will get into a situation where someone drains 80 shots. It's happened to me a long time ago, right? But now that I have this thing where I back up 2 pixels, and then I go like that, I don't get into a situation where I will miss it 80 times ever anymore. I would say I'm pretty good at gate glitches. Yeah, that's why I like my setup. It is theoretically slower than just instantly jumping up and nailing it, but that's only in certain circumstances. But the reason why I like doing it is because that muscle memory, where you just like, the muscle memory where you do this, right, actually does not work underwater. Which is why I realized that if I want to be good at the underwater gate glitches, then, I wanted something that works in both ways. Now, I have spring ball now, right? So here's how you would get up logically, up here. Okay, so boom. I'm gonna jump on this guy, right? I'm on the right side of him, facing left. And you just boing. You're holding jump. Just hold jump. When you get to the top, you just tap right. Tap right so he looks away. There you go. Exactly, Nito. Okay. is a cool seed. This would have been a fun weekly. Okay, so ice lets you get up here, and now grapple will let you get up like anywhere from here. So let's see here. Those are just missiles, so I have to get to the top. Now, I'm not doing any grapple jumps. So you can see how to do it without grapple jumping. You might think like, oh, I have to grapple jump to get to the top. I've seen Eddie do it that way. You don't have to. Well, that's why it'll be it would be fun. That's exactly why it would be fun. Oh, so there's my Kraid. Alright, and the ship is here as well. Cool. So I'll go kill Kraid. She said she can glitches. Well, full disclaimer, okay? I ran GT Classic way before I played map randos. So, it's like I have in the past literally sat in the practice ROM and grinded gate glitch for an hour, right? It's one thing to learn stuff in the middle of a race or in the middle of just like playing a seed casually. It's another thing to be in the practice ROM and explicitly practice something for days, which is what I did. So like, it's expected that I'll be pretty decent at it. You know what I mean? It's like I literally practiced it, right? Like I practiced it with like an actual like regimen. What's the word I want to say? Like I actually had like a methodology to practicing it. Offline, no one watching, like I've grinded it, so it is not unexpected that like I am, you know, good at all this stuff. Okay, so, I don't have a way to beat the game, because you know, we'll say I cannot kill Ridley. So I see that major and I'm very suspicious about that major and I want to get that major. Okay. Now, the other thing I will say is Harley and Bastion, I don't know how many supers the two of you would feel comfortable with beating a suitless Ridley, but that's something. By the way, this room you can gravity jump, but you could also freeze this guy and just get this ledge. But let me illustrate how you would do this otherwise. Okay. This room, as long as you have, you know, a little bit of a runway, you would just take your high jump boats off, because otherwise you bonk the ceiling too quick. You just run and jump. If you run and jump bottom frame, I think you'll just reach this. You'll just reach this. Yeah. Usually I just do a wiggle to get onto that ledge because it's a little safer and it makes your jump through the door like free, essentially lenient. But you could just run and jump bottom frame and you'll just reach it. I'm gonna swing across. Whee. How have the dread runs putting on? Yep, that's all. So Harley and Bastion, there's a point where you have to think like, okay, I've got like a lot of supers, and if I had like 8 E-tanks, at some point if you have 30 supers and a lot of E-tanks, you should, you know, I don't know what your threshold is. Maybe it's 35 supers, maybe it's 40 supers, right? But at some point you need to think about maybe trying to approach Ridley suitless. If you have to figure out what your threshold is on what's reasonable. Yeah, don't worry about it, Banana. Okay, so I went the wrong way. Because I'm sick. I also turned speed on. Sorry, very. I was wondering why I was going so fast. Yes, I do the Nevdi jump in that one, Barry. You can have speed? No, I'm not gonna get speed because you made fun of me. So we're gonna be legit. We're gonna be legit. I think I took off high jump. Yeah, I have high jump. High jump I got legitimately, okay? Then we'll take this door. We could screw attack this one. Gravity. You got some work stuff? Gotta run. Okay. See you, Bastion. All right. So, that is probably... That might be Varia. Maybe. I would say at this point, it might not be Varia. It could be... No, that's Varia. So... What I would do is if I was not confident in being able to kill all that stuff, what I would do at this point is... This is where you have to think about what you're capable of doing, right? Are you gonna go all the way through here? Like, are you gonna go all the way through here and get this? Or are you willing to find another super pack or two, grab the tanks and go kill Ridley? You have to think about that. If you don't think you could ever do Suitless Ridley with this with any resources as of right now, then there's two things you gotta do. You gotta go and practice some Suitless Ridley offline, give yourself 7 tanks and give yourself 30 supers, and see if you could do it within 3 tries or something. Think about that. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go kill Suitless Ridley. And I'm gonna give myself all the stuff and let's finish out this seed. Is that fair? Is that fair? Or do you guys want me to go get Gravity? Or go get Varia? You want me to go get Varia? And this is why, honestly, I think map randos are so cool. Because it is a really good mixture of skill and like a mechanical skill and thought process. Right? Because there are situations where, you know, people will lose because they have big egos, like myself, right? And I'm like, I'm gonna do the Suitless Ridley with like 4 tanks. And I'm gonna do it now, right? Like, that'll happen. Happens all the time, right? I have died enough doing that where I've gotten better at knowing what my percentages are of succeeding. So like, I have a pretty good grasp of like what I can get away with, right? And I think that's really cool because randomizers are cool in that regard because there are games like card games. Right, there's card games, there are games that are like basically all about just thinking, which are great. I love those games, right? All about board games, those are all just thinking, right? And then there are like action games. And yes, action games can be puzzles, right? MOBAs, you know, FPS, right? Those are all action games, right? But it's really interesting to have a game that has a strong mixture of like both. To the case where if it was all mechanical skill, then Oats would win every single race, right? Oats wins every time. But he doesn't. Because, and there are people that are, you know, that will never touch his times. That can beat him pretty regularly. Right? Because they just understand how to get through stuff faster. And that's what makes the randomizer great. Okay, so if I have 6 tanks, and one of them needs to be a reserve, and I have 30 supers, I feel pretty confident going into Ridley. I would still like a save. But generally, I would say I'm pretty confident that I'm just gonna one-shot this boss. I can't really... my best advice, if you want to do a Suitless Ridley, is to actually just go practice. So I would say one thing you can do is just stay on the ground. I'm gonna jump. But I would say for a lot of people, just stay on the ground and force Ridley into an immediate pogo. Now, what you want to do is, yes, you may have to use your reserves, right? The reason why the reserve is important is that animation when Ridley picks you up and then dies, you're taking damage from that, but you cannot die in that position. So what you need to do is you need to have your reserves at 100, no more, no less than 100. You could have like 98, but then you got to pause abuse. I'll get into that later, right? But you want to have 100 in your reserve. So if you need 5 tanks of health, in the middle of the fight, pause and drain your reserve down to 100 and then turn it back on auto. What that means is when you have like 10 HP left and then Ridley picks you up, you'll be in the claws. You're actually taking damage off screen. Like during the animation, you're taking damage. But during the animation, you can't die. So the reserve triggers after the animation. So basically, the reserve lets you cheat a bunch of health. Alright, so we're gonna go beat the game. We're gonna go to the right, there's a farm, and we're gonna head to Mother Brain and then finish this out. Nitro is also a rando main. Nitro has not played much PRKD. I think Nitro actually might have a 45 now. Maybe it's a 46, but Nitro's only done like a few runs ever. But there are a lot of people that have like primarily came from rando. Yes, exactly, username. Okay, so without Varia, you need 6 tanks for Mother Brain. So it is very important that you do this fight with taking minimal damage. If you take 100 damage or more, you're dead. Or I guess if you take 99 damage or more, you're dead. I'll just farm my supers, unless I just don't get any. This is great. Ridley is never in logic in hard without Varia. Logic for being able to do Ridley suitless only begins in very hard. That was some weird noise. So I wonder how long the seed would have taken if I wasn't pausing and stuff. And I UWG and got that Varia. I'm assuming that's Varia suit. Now, if this would have been really awkward if that was if that was a reserve, that would have been awkward because I'd have to farm this crab. It would have been great. Zeb skip, when I have screw attack, I like to freeze this guy, morph, take a hit, unmorph down back, and jump through it. If you don't have grapple, you just jump instead. If you guys ever see that weird grapple tech I do, you substitute the jump through with a grapple shot, which teleports you upward. It looks like I'm doing something crazy, but it's even easier than jumping through. Because you know how you get lodged and then you do a standing jump? Instead of the standing jump, you press grapple. That's what you would do. 12, and then the rest of the supers. Should be exact. So every 2 PRKD beam shots is 1 super. I had 27 supers, you need 30. Every 6 missiles is 1 super. So I shot 12 missiles. 12 missiles. 2 PRKD beams to make up the 3 that I was missing. You can see yourself being a random player without speedrunning the game. That is a lot of people. That's the new age of Super Metroid runners. Okay, so we're gonna go into Bryn because that's where the map is, or that's where the ship is. And this is actually a really funny map where it feels more like a wild map. We gotta go up the toilet. I feel like it's interesting how seeing this like new age of rando players that get competent at rando, it's funny because, you know, historically the Super Metroid rando scene has always been a little weaker. Now with map rando, it's been growing a lot more. More people are interested in the rando. But we've always talked about how it's really cool to see how the scene, like the people that are now like playing like rando, they have certain weaknesses that are so funny because it's like it's crazy that that's a weakness, because if you played if you did the speed run, that's like never a weakness, stuff like that, you know. All right, GG.
Nice shot.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I hope that was educational, Harley. What were some things that you kind of like was there anything that I did that you sort of like didn't realize? I will say that is a seed that is very hard to parse. The decision making gets complicated in that one because there's situations where in many randos that are simple, maybe 40-50 minutes, right? It's very clear. It's like, okay, we're gonna go towards the map for this one. Oh, we got the map. Now we know what to do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna go to the next room. We're gonna go for the map. We got the map. We did this, 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 right? 1, 2, 3, right? This one had more blurred lines. For example, after seeing Aqueduct, you could start blinding the rooms. Very much you could start blinding the rooms because the logical section of the world was so slim at that point. So it's worth maybe not going for the map. Very chill. Techno is actually very strong technically, but knows how to do some tricky tricks. Like Techno knows how to do some very obscure tricks. But yeah, rando players are interesting because, and I'm not gonna lie, I would be lying if I didn't say this, right? And I would, there's no way, there is no way. That was weak, holy cow. I never found grapple, okay. I will say something about like speedrunners, right? Speedrunners are definitely will look at rando players slightly elitistly. I think that's just natural because speedrunners have been around for 30 years, right? So it's like, it is funny when like certain people can do like certain things that are really ridiculously difficult, but then can't do something that's like in the speed run. You know what I mean? Which is like kind of funny. It's like there's like a new age of like issues that people have. IBJ hardlocked you? I see. Harley, don't do double bomb jumps. Do not do double bomb jumps. It took me like a year to get reasonably good at it. Because even if you can do it, it'll break the next day. You know what I mean? So, I mean, here's the thing. You say someone don't do something to someone, then they want to do it more. I'm going to tell you that I kind of did it for like a year till I found a rhythm to it. What's a double bomb jump? Yeah, let me show you. It's just gonna make you want to try it more. I'll try to break it down for you and explain why it's difficult, right? Why I would not recommend it. And then let's get into usernames plando after this. I'm gonna make a bomb jump tutorial. I want to work on a spring ball jump tutorial first. Then I gotta work on a shine spark and bomb jump tutorial. So here's how I would recommend, Harley, if you're ever trying to bomb jump something, okay? First of all, when I do a bomb jump, yes, you can get a sense.
Just blasted at some chance.
Okay, you didn't actually do that. When I do a bomb jump, yes, you can bomb jump. You could do a jump. Okay, so you could start down here. I don't recommend anyone starting down here. I think that's just cringe. Just do a jumping bomb jump start. Okay, everyone just should learn how to do a bumping jump start. Now, here's what I'll say. Here's my dirty little secret, okay? Yes, you can just sort of like, okay, what's my timing, right? Like, okay, just get a general sense of when to lay the bomb as you go up. My dirty secret is I actually just always look at the background. So like for here, like I know I lay it between, you see this big white pillar in the background? So there's the thin line, there's the dark line, right? It just, if you stand here, you lay it in the middle. If you crouch jump, you lay it a little higher than that. It would be just below the thin bar line, right? When I have high jump, there's another part where I look at. But basically what I'll say is whiff the first one and then adjust. Get a sense, like I know that this is too low because look how far I'm going, right? You want to be like, you want to have 2 tiles in between you and the bomb when you jump. 1.5 to 2 tiles. So jump, whiff your first bomb, and then readjust. And then look at where the bomb is in relation to the background. And that's how you'll get to bomb jump anywhere else. Like maybe you don't get it first try, but that's my dirty little secret. You know, I have a general sense of when to lay the bomb, but I will always look at the background and then go, oh, I need to lay it a little higher on the background there. Okay. So single bomb jumps, Harley.
At Harley Hart is
She's still listening.
Long
The first
Harley.
bomb jump
We miss Harley.
will look a little jank. The first bomb, I would say, lay on top of the previous bomb. So when you do this first bomb, assume you nail it, right? Assume that you're gonna get this bomb jump. And then lay it basically on top, overlay it on the previous bomb. Okay? So the first 2 bombs are the funny ones. The first 2 bombs visually will be funny. Subsequent bombs are always gonna be the same. So the first bomb jump, just try to get it, right? It'll take you some time. Some people will, you know, you might lay it early, you might lay it late, right? So try to get that first bomb jump to do it, right? The second bomb jump, lay it on top of the first bomb. Lay it on top of the first bomb. Okay. Every subsequent bomb after that, you just lay it a little bit higher than the previous one, okay? So this one, lay on top. Now each one here, you lay it ever so slightly higher than the previous one. And it gets me nervous when people are trying to extend it by laying it like that, because you can do that, but then eventually what happens is someone really pushes it and then they fall, right? So the first one on top, every single one, lay it like, you know, a tile or a half a tile higher. That's all you have to do. You could think like rhythm. I don't go by rhythm on this. I literally look and I just lay it a little bit higher than the previous one. That's all I do. Like ever so slightly higher than the previous one. Now the reason why it doesn't work on the first 2 is because your propulsion is not quite the same, right? You're decelerating and accelerating faster sort of like into it, right? So the first 2 visually will not look the same. But every subsequent one, you're falling at the same, you're going up and falling at the same. So you just stare at the bomb. So the first one, lay it and you just gotta time it right? Second one, lay it on top of the first bomb. And then every one after that, you lay just a little bit higher than the previous one. That's it. Just stare at the bombs and just lay it a little bit higher. And that's how I would recommend everyone to do an IBJ. The window here is huge. It's like 9 frames. You have like a whole entire 6. There's a lot of tricks, you know, that like as speedrunners, when there's a 2-frame window, we get that consistent. For like human beings, I feel like if it's like a 5-frame window, almost everyone should be able to do it. This is like a 9-frame window on this bomb jump. And you just need to know the kind of the general rules for the first 2. So let's just lay it above the previous one. And then at the very end, you could tap right, and that'll propel you to the right. So if you're trying to get on that ledge, just get level with it and then tap right and you'll just get launched onto it. Yo, Kentroid, thanks for the sub. Gift sub. J-Wags, I kind of like tried to minimize my cheating and then I would stop to explain certain things. So I could have done it faster, but I don't know how fast I would have done it if I just went as fast as I could. Separate human beings and speedrun. Yeah, I'm built different. Now, Harley, I know you're interested in double bomb jumps, okay? I'll briefly tell you how I do it. I'm gonna let you know that this one of the bombs I'm laying right now is useless. So a double bomb jump. You can hear me go one. You're gonna hear me go 1, 2, 3, right? I'm actually laying 3 bombs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You do not have to lay the first bomb. It's literally 2 bombs. It's double. Yes, for some people, if you do it slow, the first bomb can save you if you fall. I don't like that because you're ultimately doing the bomb jump slowly, right? You'd have to slow down the rhythm. The reason why I don't like that, but it's important because people think like, oh, you gotta lay 3, right? And then they don't realize that the bottom bomb actually doesn't do anything. For me, it's a rhythm thing because I'm looking at this, right? And when I have a gap in rhythm, that is hard for me. Because if I have to play like the drums and I go, but then you tell me like, go like, it's easier in my head when I go instead of it's just easier for me for the third bomb rhythmically. I have ADHD. If I have to stop doing something, I panic. I don't know. It's just easier for me. Okay. It's not frame perfect, but it tends to be like, I think 2 to 3 frame windows. So you have to think of it. So the reason why I'm explaining this is because people try to mimic you. And so they just try to copy you, right? And while it may work, when it breaks, it's gonna break. So I'll show you what I do visually, okay? You have to think of it in 2s, okay? The first bomb of the 1, 2 is not lenient. It's a small window. The second bomb is very lenient. So this bomb, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The 1 of the 1, 2 is not lenient. It's a pretty tight window. It's like a 2 to 3 frame window, depending. So this first one, it's whatever, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This 1, 2, if you watch me, you'll never see the 2 fail ever. I will never fail the second bomb. It's the first bomb is where I will fall. So you can go 1, 2, 1, 2. It could be much slower. So watch 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But see, the 1 is where I failed. You saw how I fell on the 1, right? The reason why I don't like, that's why if you space it out and you do this 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, if you go slow enough, there's situations where the 1 can actually save you. But the reason why this is hard is because the 1 of the 1, 2, the window is actually really tight. It's a small window. Yeah. So I would not recommend doing double bomb jumps because it's actually really difficult. Now, the way that I do it, if anyone's interested in trying to learn, right? So now that we have this broken down, right? The 1, 2. For me, what I do is I actually use a visual for the 1, 2. There's rhythm. There's a rhythm to it, right? There's a rhythm to it, right? You do not want to go on just the rhythm. You need to look at the bomb. So you see how this bomb, you see how when you lay the bomb, it starts flashing faster. It goes da 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 You guys see that, right? You guys see that? Right? I lay my 1 of the 1-2 when I see it go faster. So I'm staring at this bomb and I lay the 1. That's my visual cue. If you have lag on your monitor, that might not work for you. Then I don't know. Then good luck. Exactly. So, yes, there is a rhythm, but people get obsessed with like, okay, do it at this exact BPM. Yeah, you can theoretically do that, but one day your BPM is going to be off. One day your internal metronome is just not going to be on point, and you're going to fail this every single time because you're going off a fixed rhythm that just happens to coincide with what you have to do here, right? One time, my 1-2 will not be consistent. My 1-2 may be my 2 might be off a little bit, and then if you're going off a specific BPM, it's going to throw the whole thing off, right? So yes, you can go off the lower Norfair theme. And you can do that, but I will tell you right now, that's not optimal. You're going slower than if you're going someone that was doing 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 in a more optimal rate. But the second thing is, if you stare at the thing going, right? At least then you'll have an idea like, oh, I know, you will know you're gonna fail. So you're getting feedback. Does that make sense? I wouldn't call myself particularly musically inclined. I grew up with a little bit of music and stuff, but like, this is very much like, it sounds like I'm going at a very consistent rhythm, and to some extent I am, right? To some extent I am, but it's because I'm pressing the bomb when I see it go like really quickly, and the window's not that great, so it just has to sound like I'm going out of the room. But I'm not like closing my eyes and going like, and like, you know, like playing drums in my head or something like that. I'm actually staring at the bomb. So I see the bomb. Flash. 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 It's speeding up. Speeding up. Speeding up. So it's quite literally, I am staring. If you guys see me do it, you guys will see me like, really, I got my eyes locked in because I'm looking for the speed up flash. And that's how I do my double IBJs. Now, you could just do this. You could just do the thing where you lay it a little bit higher each time, and you're not gonna mess this up. Unless you get antsy. You literally would have to get antsy to mess this up because the window is very, very big. Just lay it a little bit higher each time. Just look at the bomb and just lay it a little bit higher than the previous one. And the window is really, really big. How long do you realistically think this seed would have taken? It depends what was the major if I UWJ'd that. I don't know if I would have done it, but I probably would have. Would I have gotten Varia? Then if I had gotten Varia, it's hard for me to think, partly because you have to think of it from a flowchart perspective, right? How would this have changed if I got Varia 3 steps in? I may have played it completely differently. Does that make sense? I may not have gotten the grapple. I might have done what Bastion did, and I might have taken my high jump and ice to get the 3 majors, thinking I would sequence break. So it's hard for me to think about that. Because it's that whole butterfly effect thing, right? Like the branching paths would have shifted a lot. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so if you guys see, it is a 1-2. It looks like I'm doing 1-2-3 because I am, but the 1 is literally because, like, you know, my brain just feels better when I fill in the gap. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I just lay that first bomb when the first bomb explodes because I just feel like I've got like a rhythm going to it, you know? I hate it. I hate like doing something where I'm like, I would much rather go like, rather than, right? Just who would rather do that? Nobody. Okay. Anyway. Let's get into the plando. I'm gonna take my dog out, and you guys can't go away. I'll be back in a bit.
Cat? What's up? Big Dumper? Sorry, YouTube. I feel like I missed a lot of messages. The quick kill, if this is regarding Kraid, Kraid has 1000 HP. So the Kraid quick kill, the way that speedrunners do it, uses 2 missiles. One doesn't hit, one just opens the mouth. So missile does 100 and then 3 supers. So 300, 300, 300 plus 100,000. But maybe this is related to something else. Yeah, so Mega Man, the second bomb jump is lenient, but the problem is the 1 2 1 2, right? The problem is the 2 is lenient, but then it makes you go back to 1. So the 2 is lenient, but then to get the bomb for the third one, which is the back to 1, is hard. But you could technically finish on a 2. So if you're 1 bomb, 1 bomb, 1 bomb, 1 bomb, 1 bomb, right? And you're at the very top, you could do a 1 2 and then you hold right to like get that little final burst. You could almost think of it as if you're playing Peak or any game that has a stamina bar, like a climbing thing. You could think of it as like a final lunge, but you're gonna fall if you whiff it. You could think of it that way. Yeah, the way I see it is, and I've said this to a lot of people, right? If you just don't play Super Metroid at all, then yeah, play some basic ones, right? But then you could play medium tricky at some point. You could graduate to it, right? But I honestly think, like, just jump right into the hard trickies. Play it with save states if you're on an emulator. And then you run into something, and then you're gonna get challenged right away, right? Like, I am the kind of person that likes to take on difficult challenges head on. And I don't, you know, if I can't do it, I don't feel bad. I just get competitive about it. I'm like, oh, now I really want to do it. I get motivated by that, right? I understand that's not how everyone feels. Like, I understand that, you know, if someone gets something that's really difficult, it might feel crushing or, you know, debilitatingly like bad. I know that's not how my brain works. I understand that that gives me an advantage in certain things like this, right? But if you're willing to just like, you know, if you're just doing it in your own private home, I would recommend, if you're feeling up to the task, just challenge yourself and get owned. But in the process, you'll fail and learn, is how I see it. And that's how I always like approaching things. When I fail at something like that, in front of a lot of people, it might be a little embarrassing. But if I'm home alone by myself, I love failing, honestly. I just, cause I'm just like, how do I do this? Like, I want to know, you know? So it's like, you'll run into something you don't know. And then if you have the spoiler log open, no one's gonna, playing on your own accord, pop the spoiler log open, look up a video on how to do it. That's the best way to learn, is how I see it. Okay. Let's do this. Username's Plando. Username's Horrible Plando Part 2. I'm updating my stream titles. The first time I ever did the moat bomb jump, was the first trick I did in Super Metroid. And I know that sounds insane. It took me half an hour to do it, and I just guessed. Hi, Zoa. Because Emmett was telling me that I don't think people could just do it randomly, and I know why he said it. But I just lucked it. I lucked into it. For half an hour, I was just trying to bomb jump over the moat and looking at what he did. and I lucked into it, which is hilarious. All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. What was this plando at? Username plando. The luck on this guy. So I'm 4 hours into this, and Nito said the other day that he was pretty sure I wouldn't be able to finish it in a day. And I'm like, and I believe him, and I was like, God, that's horrible. We're back into this trash, absolutely. People want to watch me play it. It's funny, people, I would say the most popular content tends to actually be really bad seeds. And I guess I see the appeal. There's something alluring about watching someone struggle and get through it. I know some people probably find it frustrating. But so long as the actual person isn't just like freaking out and being a, you know, huge downer, I imagine it's kind of exciting to watch. Okay, so where was I? What did I set the difficulty as?
Nice.
Insane, desolate, high, wild. Okay. And then let's I'm gonna keep the bosses. I'll just say objectives none. Maybe I'll do a little overlay that says that. Okay, so the reason why I'm not going to update it is because it actually makes the tracker thinner, and then it breaks my layout. So I'm gonna keep it at bosses, and then if I make a YouTube video off of it, which I hope I will, I'll just do some I'll do some studio magic and change the objectives to none. I've already done that for a YouTube video before, and I don't think anyone noticed. Because who watches YouTube, right? Plus, it's actually nice to be able to see the boss tracker, I think. All right, are we ready? Oh, I did it in a race where I had a side-by-side comparison, and I had my tracker on like an hour later, or maybe it was an insane plando. I see it. I can't remember. The mesquite video magic. Yep. You'll cheat for the YouTube video. Yep. All right, chat. Here we go. Part 2 of the insane desolate plando from username. Let's get at it. 3, 2, 1, go. So, we last crossed this really horrible section. Oh. Okay, hold on. So, I don't know how to do this, right? Okay, so I have a theory on how to do this. Let me see. Okay, so here's what you would do normally. Didn't even give me health. You know what? How far do these guys go right? So the problem is, you can kill the ones on the walls. Huh. I do have some beams. No, I don't know how to do this. I could think of a way that would work that involves a perfect pause.
Oh! You can clip these guys and not take a hit. I just remembered you can do that. Like, case in point, this happens to Dragon sometimes. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Never mind, I'm actually just a god. Okay, I'm just goated. I'm gonna first try this. Am I just the best? Okay. Whoa! I can't believe that just happened. I wonder if... Is it just pixel perfect? Oh man. I would ideally like to get through the first guy without taking any damage. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Okay. I actually can't believe that happened to me. I really gotta start by clearing out this first guy. So I don't have to worry about him. If I clear the top guy, yeah, I just gotta start with clearing the top guy. I can't believe that left guy actually like reached me. Okay, we're gonna do the first guy hitless and then we'll set up for the rest. The problem with this platform is I could stumble off this platform and I really don't like that. Okay, nice. It is pixel perfect, I believe. Fortunately, you have to do it several times. I wonder if the pause abuse, that idea that I had would just be easier. I can't believe I basically had it. I killed all the pirates, and the stupid flying pirate that should not have been an issue, just, I didn't realize it was there. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Like, I wonder if I could just like kick into it with this turnaround or something. At least you have one free hit. Oh, so generous. So generous of you, username. Thank you. Because they take two pseudo screws to kill, right? The first pseudo, the second, if you kill something with the pseudo, you don't take damage. However, they take 2 to kill, and they do 1,000,000 damage. I can only survive, I can only take 1 hit, essentially. So I have an allowance to kill 1 for free. There are 4 of these pirates that I need to kill. The walls ones, you could just shoot. For some reason. So I have to do a frame perfect thing to not take much damage. Which is pretty rough. So Baron, here was the plan. Here was my original plan. The original plan was kill the top guy with pseudos. 2 pseudos, take a damage, right? Kill the middle 2 by using the ones on the walls as a refill. So I would pop the first guy at the top. I would have 39 HP or whatever. The middle guys, I would kill the wall guy next to the middle guy. I would charge a pseudo, pause, hit him, and then run and grab the health on the wall. And then kill them. And then what I would do is for the second one in the middle, after killing one of them, hopefully they drop a health. And the reason why I was thinking I would need a frame perfect pause is I would pseudo the bottom guy, run up and grab the health from the middle guy. So basically after I kill the left middle guy, I would immediately jump down, pseudo that guy, and then try to get up to that health before dying. That was the idea. It might be easier. This hitbox is crazy. Did you just do like a turnaround and hit it with hit them with your butt? Oh, GM. Easy. All right, we did it. This wall jump is an extreme wall jump, by the way. It's pretty close to frame perfect. It's like frame-ish perfect because it just depends on what your Y subpixel you're on, and the window will change. So sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you just straight up can't get it, which is why it's like it's kind of not correct to say frame perfect. It's like frame perfect but inconsistent. It's too low. Oh. The visuals in this room also suck. Oh my god, I'm pulling an FD. I can't do it! Man, I used to be so good at this too. Oh, too low. I'm definitely erring on the side of being low. I'm looking more at the dust trail now that I'm leaving. Oh! Dude, I'm washed. There we go. All that to die in a crab in the next room. You better know. You better know that I am farming these crabs. Till I can take a hit. You best know I am making sure I don't have to do that again. Oh, dysfunctional? Did you beat the Silk Song boss yet? What? Powerbomb. You win this time. Yeah, I would water nap. Though clearly I need to practice it. Oh shoot, I have a runway, right? I'm pretty sure I have the runway. I think this is enough. Oh shoot, I don't have the runway. Oh, I could extra climb. Shoot, do I want to extra climb? Yeah, I can extra climb. Okay. I could also... Is this enough to do the running? Do I have enough space to do this? No, I don't think I do. Okay, we're gonna extra climb this. Okay. All right, now we gotta get back. How do we get back? So do I have to take a hit? Is that what I'm seeing here? I have to take some kind of hit here? This looks so bad. You Gmode this? Good luck Gmoding this with no reserve. Oh, this is just so bad. That's weird. So you gotta go in the sand pit for a sec, maybe? Oh yeah, if there was no save, that'd be crazy. What is the expectation here? I could like... I didn't know it was supposed to be this bad. So how do you do this? I legit don't know. Oh, that worked. Is this the general idea? Huh. No, I don't think so. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. So it seems like I have to take a deboost into it. The problem is the timing to trigger this is actually inside the sandfall, which is kind of awkward. So I think you gotta wiggle out, and then I gotta press down immediately, break spin, and then be up against the sand pit, which is really obnoxious. So something like that. Yeah, I know the Evers come back up. I guess a direct shot would help the angle. Yeah, maybe I just need I was thinking about the shot, but I was thinking there should be a way to do this because I honestly, I don't want to do it the other way, obviously. Yeah, it looks like I can't get the angle here. Yeah. So it's mainly about the angle, like you were saying. So the problem is the trigger for it freezing is in the sandfall, literally in the sandfall. That's the issue. I just wish it wouldn't take so long. It's literally in the sandfall. So I think you need to actually jump into the sandfall. That's actually not a good angle. Huh. Is this in the logic pages? Okay, I'll have to look this up then. You know, oh my god, this is bad.
So, I have an idea of what you can do here, and it seems like it'd be very, very, very tight. Like the windows for this would be very tight. A door stuck flatly. Why is this insane? It's a frame perfect flatly. Well, that sounds horrible. So it's just a left jump like Spike Suit? I think I could do those inputs. Oh wait, this is a... Oh my god, it's the extreme. Okay, this is actually really dumb. Do I even want to do this? This is dumb. So you need to do a double frame perfect door stuck into a frame perfect flatly into crossing this whole room. That's what you want me to do, right?
This is actually, this is dumb. This is actually like stupid. So it's a double frame perfect door stuck into a frame perfect flatly, which I've never done before. And then you have to process room perfectly. Right? Am I correct? Is this what I have to do? Double frame perfect trick to have a chance at doing a frame perfect trick to then have to perfectly cross this. And I gotta get the last section correct. Doing this in a race. Oh my god. Alright, I might as well get some reps in on this first one. I'm gonna be here for hours. Oops. It's not the trick that's awful. It's multiple tricks that's awful. So I'm just looking at the charge particles. We are trying to do a double frame perfect door stuck blind. A double frame perfect door stuck blind into a frame perfect jump into crossing the entire ever hall with nothing. Do I want to get door stuck on the furthest pixel? Or does it not matter? Oops. You know what really sucks? Like, I actually have a visual for this on getting the correct jump. So I know how to do this water to water, but you're literally blind here. Which is like...
This is actually like unreasonable. You have to do this blind. This is actually like actually dumb. I'm debating on if I want to do this because I might be here for like I could be here for like 5 hours. I could be here longer than that. Nito did this first try. I'm sure he did. I need to know, okay, I gotta look at I need to know what Samus looks like upon entering the door to tell if I got it right. And then I'm gonna have to figure out a sound cue. Is there a video of a water to water jump? Because I need to know what the visual looks like upon entering so I know if I should even attempt it or not. That would be the case if it wasn't if it wasn't literal perfection, Predator. So I actually need to go for the exact pixel. Samus will be horizontal. I see. Okay. So I need to do this for. Was that right? That might have been low. Okay. This doesn't have sound. I need a sound cue as well. I might have actually had it. Okay, so I got a sound cue. This is too high. I should have it. I should have it. I should be good. Oops. I'm gonna load actually. This might be good. There we go. So 4-2. So
Let me explain a few things that I just did there. Everything I did there was really, really, really freaking hard. So normally, visually, you need to know the setup to get stuck in that door is, first of all, I have to be on the perfect pixel when I enter the door. And I cannot see Samus, so I need to rely on sound. So I hear swish, 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 wait about a frame or two, press right. That gets me through. I can confirm, based on asking what the others and looking at the video, I confirm that Samus has the right pixel if she is horizontal, so her face is looking directly down. So, perpendicular to the door. Once entering the room like that, getting stuck on the door looks like it's easy, but I actually have to do 2 frame perfect inputs. I have to hold right, and then the frame that Samus can move, I have to done press down. And that is how I get stuck on the door, otherwise you can't do it. After that, the jump that I do from the door is not buffered or anything. I have to press left and then jump 1 frame apart. Exactly. Which is what I just did. Now I have to get through here and I'm gonna fail this, like guaranteed. Because I've done this before and it's not easy. What is this? All right. Have I already taken too much damage? So I can use a power bomb to... Okay. Okay.
Nice shot.
Too early. Too late. Could have been okay. I'm actually like in focus mode now. Too early. I can hear it. You gotta listen to it. Too early. That might be good. Too late, I guess. It's about to go negative, you know it. Let me try to remember where I came from. Okay. I got this. I can do this. Too early? Too early. Diz. An Iv? Excuse me? I missed it. So my audio cues.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Activate focus mode.
I could not hear a thing. That was so off right there. What was that? Yep, so that was the frame perfect Fretley I missed. I could tell by the sound on when the audio cue breaks if I got it. Okay, I couldn't hear. I'm early though. I need the audio here. I actually need the game audio. Thanks, Harley. Too early. So if I'm angled upwards a little bit, I'm early.
Nice shot.
That might be late. Why'd that miss? I'm actually a little surprised. I guess so.
You know, I gotta say, for all your complaining, you're getting this pretty consistently.
I can't hear anything! That was so late! I'm about to raise the game audio.
You know, I gotta say, for all your complaining, you're getting this pretty consistently.
I can't. Oh my.
Activate messing with any mode.
What?
I can't. I literally cannot verify.
I
think it's early.
Don't you guys want me to do this? It's already hard enough.
Okay. Early. So I'm listening to the whoosh, whoosh. And the second whoosh, there's a time where the sound cut off so that I could tell if I got it or not. That's late. So if I'm a little low, that means I'm late a frame. If I'm not straight, that means I'm early a frame. That's good? Oh, that's a good, that's a dub grenade. So that looked good, I just whiffed it. Because it is frame perfect. Double frame perfect. Right, left.
I would like to point out that you did this to yourself by telling chat that you needed sound cues. I was just trying to say hi to
Early. Am I supposed to just not talk to my chat? I don't understand. Let's just not explain anything that I do when I play.
Imagine telling your chat that you are relying on audio cues for this really difficult trick. Seriously, it's kinda like you were hoping this would happen.
What, you want me to just stay quiet the whole time?
But such a typical Eddie play.
Am I supposed to not talk about what I'm trying to do in a seed that's all about challenges and fun? You guys can just behave.
I would like to point out that you did this to yourself by telling chat
Why are there
that
two of
you
these?
sound cues. I was just trying to say hi to oish 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 oish.
Dude, this entrance is the double frame perfect inputs are bad. Late. Good. I could not. God. That's Kermit? There's no way that's Kermit. That's too deep.
Baron, Baron, A, Baron, Boron, Baron, Baron, A, Baron,
Boron.
Baron, Baron, A, Baron, Boron, 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 Baron, Baron, A, Baroni.
Baroni. Okay. So when I'm like kind of in mid frame and I'm horizontal, that's when you know it's good. There we go. Bad jump. Frame perfect jump after that and I missed it. Okay. Oh my god. Too early. One frame early. So if I'm diagonal, one frame early. I can hear it. I can hear it. You guys could probably hear it too if you listen. Like, how it gets cut off. That might be a frame late. Early? Yeah. I hear the whoosh, whoosh. If the whoosh kind of cuts off a little early, too early, then yeah. Too early, frame early. Oh, I had it! Okay. Psych myself out on that one. Late. Pretty sure.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't, by subtracting where it is, from where it isn't, or where it isn't, from where it is.
Who's playing this? Is this like a Gameaholic one?
Difference or deviation.
This sounds like a Gameaholic copy pasta. Wait, it must have been Diz.
The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position
Every
where it
time
isn't,
TTS
and
starts
driving
playing,
at a position where it wasn't
when
in
TTS starts
advance.
playing, I always press it late.
At one point my child told my wife that she has that gyat, and I was like, child, do you know what a gyat is? And he was like, no, and I was like, you just said your mom has that ass. And then he started crying a little and was like, I don't want to talk about my mom's ass.
Okay. God.
I might need a command to explain what I'm doing.
Right magnifying glass emoji, left magnifying glass emoji, 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 right magnifying glass emoji, left magnifying glass emoji.
Dude, I had a chance of getting this like really early. I probably screwed up the easiest part of this. Which is getting across left to right. Although there might be a nuance I'm missing out on. That power bomb to make the ever go up, I'm not 100% sure. This is really fun. Yep. Too late. Hap. Yep. I forgot how to do it, Baron, but the time that we did it, I fell from the top. I prefer not to get killed by the Ever. So that means it's never happening for you. Have you tried hitting the trick? You hit the trick! Y'all hit the trick!
This instruction implements Department of the Air Force Policy Directive, Draft 36-29, Military Standards. It provides responsibilities and standards for dress and personal appearance of all Department of the Air Force personnel and, consistent with Department of Defense Instruction, DoDI 1300.17, Religious Liberty in the Military Services, 9.12.2.14.4.1. Provides guidance for religious accommodation requests.
Are you guys just reading off like work manuals? Is this literally just like work manuals for you guys? Ah! He's on to us. What do you mean he's on to us? You guys don't think I literally know you guys?
Oh my god. Too early. Thanks, Akari. Thank you for the bits. Hello, Trucker. Oh, it's a lot. We might need a command for this. Okay. TLDR. A blind, pixel perfect door transition. A blind, pixel perfect door transition. And then upon entry into the next room, I can verify if it's correct because I'll be in the middle of the door and perpendicular facing directly down. And if I get that, I then have to do a double frame perfect input. I have to press right and then down, frame perfectly upon entering, one after another. Right down. And it has to be frame 1, frame 2. If I do that properly, I will get stuck in the door standing. From there, I have to do a frame perfect flatly jump. I have to press left and jump 1 frame after, basically. And then I will land. And then I have to cross.
TPM and USB-based authentication controls for the Supermicro X13/H13 series motherboards. The solution comprises the following components: Super Guardian's configuration, a feature in the BIOS setup utility to configure the authentication policy, method, and KMS server. PyGMIP software package, a Python-based software tool to install a KMS server in a Linux. The 5th of January 2011.
It is. That is what it is, username.
Colors will be DLA issued green or coyote brown. The 5th of January 2012. Cold weather accessories. Cold weather accessories may be worn without wearing authorized outer garments. Except for functional items, cold weather accessories are only worn while outdoors. Authorized cold weather accessories for the OCP are 5.1.12.1. Coyote brown or black scarves, earmuffs, cold weather headbands, watch caps and
Quick sock check, huh?
black or coyote brown gloves. 5.1.12.2.
Early? That sounds like a show feet kind of question.
I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as Linux is in fact GNU/Linux, or as I've recently taken to calling it, GNU plus Linux. Linux is not an operating system unto itself, but rather another free component of a fully functional I.
No socks? I ain't wearing socks. My feet are bare. My feet are naked. Late. Oh my god, where? Let me get stuck in the door! Late. Late. Early 1. Early 2 frames. Can tell by the sound. Late 1.
Yo.
Yo. I should get an input viewer up. Early. I think I pressed down too late. For 1 frame early. 1 frame early. Late. Way early. That's like 2 frames early. Oh! I think that's a frame late. But that looked good though. You were so excited for me to get this first try. The problem is, even though the last part is easier, because of how technical it is, it's hard to do technical things that are easier first try. It's different when it's like, press this button in 1 frame. It is different in that sense. Because you don't have, there's not much to learn, it's just you have to press the buttons at the right time. Let me get my right press. Late. Yeah. I have a visual cue. There we go. I got the door stuck at least.
blind pixel perfect door transition, a blind pixel perfect door transition. And then upon entry to the next room I can verify if it's correct because I'll be in the middle of the door perpendicular facing directly down. And if I get that, I then have to do a double frame perfect input. I have to press right and then down frame perfectly upon entering. One after another. Right. Down. It has to be frame 1 frame 2. If I do that properly I will get stuck in the door standing. 7.5. Undergarments, mandatory. Appropriate undergarments are required to be worn with all uniform combinations. Males will wear undershirts and underpants with all uniforms. Females will wear bra and underpants with all uniforms. If warm, undershirts will.
Come on! Too low. Too late. Nope, that's good. So is that too... Am I bonking? Is that too early? Probably press the same frame.
This employee manual and its contents are not intended to create any contractual rights or obligations, express or implied or affect in any way the employment relationship of any tradesman field employee. The language in this employee manual should not be read or interpreted to be a contract of employment for a definite period or as a guarantee concerning any fixed terms or conditions of employment. No representative of the company has authority to enter into any AG.
Okay. Yes. I have a command for it now, apparently. The frame perfect flatly is so weird. Too late. Nice try, Chozo Bozo. Replying. That's way early. Holy. I need to see something. Why, when I fail like that, why did I fail like that? Is the flatly one... Is it left and then a one framer? Four frames, okay. That's kind of horrible. So I'm early every time. Early. Late. Actually, that looked good. Sorry, Hero. Except you did chair. Welcome to the 0-bit club. Yo, anyone else have 0 bits? Prove it right now by doing cheer 1. We're gonna be here for a while, Fred. Well. You guys aren't proving it. Yo! Is that Hassan?
Overview. The goal of the physical fitness program
What's up, Ass?
is to motivate all members to participate.
How you doing?
In a year-round
Yo, nice founder
physical
badge.
program that emphasizes total fitness to include a proper cardiorespiratory conditioning, muscular endurance train.
Look at all my IRL friends coming to visit me. How you doing, bro? I'm sitting here doing the worst thing imaginable in this game. How's work been? Listen, I'm gonna... Okay, Hassan, I'm gonna let you know that in my chat, people can time each other out. Because I was about to say, I'm gonna ignore my chat and talk to my buddy Hassan. And that means someone's gonna shoot you, probably. And you're gonna get timed out for a minute. So... But yeah, I have that in my chat. Yep, there we go. Sorry. You'll be back in a minute. Pay to win stream. How's work been, dude? God. Can I? Hey. Hey, Hassan, if you're still here, can I reveal some secrets? Can I reveal some secrets about us on this platform? You probably know what I'm talking about. Well, if you guys don't know, you guys could use the emote Hassan Chop with two. It has to have two A's. And that's actually his face. Yep, it's this guy right here. That was a long, long time ago. Yep, Zoa. Yep, that's the one. Nah, I've just severely doxed my friend. Yep. How are we doing? Well, I had a chance of getting out of this like within 5 tries. Now we're not doing so hot. Now we're really struggling to get in this door. But yeah, unfortunately they took Hassan's wrench. So now he's just a normal Twitch civilian now. Oh, nice. That's good to hear. So if you have any, if you want any sick Twitch insider info, you guys can ask Hass over here, and he'll probably have no idea. Well, we got X Twitch in here. Yeah, I know, I remember. And then they took it away.
Nice throw.
Doing very well. Doing very well. I've been doing great. I just sit here, I play video games, and people harass me by throwing bits at me. And that's how I make a living for now. We'll see how long my my torture is entertainment for people. Yeah, for a little over a year now. Guys, how long have I been full-time? I started like August, right? It's been a year and a half. I'm going as fast as I can, Stash. $21 once? I didn't really like go full time until a certain point though. Yo, thanks for the single bit. But yeah, the lore dump here is Dad Hass over here. Used to work at Twitch. And got me my username. So if you guys ever wondered, how'd you get the name Eddie? It was a scam from the beginning. But that was just policy back then. Like, you could just do that. It was like not... It was... You could just do that if there were idle accounts. I'm reporting this! LOL, no, it actually wasn't. Wait. Okay, well, you're not supposed to say that.
Nice throw.
Well, now I'm getting banned.
You won a bronze medal.
Thanks, Bastion. I demand a refund. So you got like a million more. Wait, did you get blown up?
Wait, you hit two of my IRL friends. You hit Gar and you hit Hass. I'm calling you Hassan. Sorry if that's doxing. But it's kind of not really, because it's literally your name, just shortened. Okay, so the TNT, Hassan, I have an inventory system. So 1,000 bits gets you a TNT. And Zoa's got like 30 of them. A TNT times out 5 to 15 random chatters. And it only rolled a 5, but you got hit, which is kind of crazy. Zoa's got a lot. Bad RNG. Rip my sub. Sorry, big noober. Oh, okay, what do we do here? I don't know the context of where, how to manip this camera though, and I have a power bomb, so is it really that much worse? Is there a video of the camera manip? Videos.mapbrando.com. Filter by room. Sand. East End Hall. There's all these that have like G mode and stuff. Door stuck flatly. Okay, so from junction below to left door. Okay, so what's the gist of this? Do I want the left guy to spawn the slowest? Is that what I want? I was already looking at that. But I was already looking at that. But I'm in a different position from the previous one. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All the ones are from the top. So do you want me to have my camera like this? There's reasons why I don't want to do it this way when I don't have explicit instructions. I would rather just use the power bomb.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
With no further instructions, the power bomb one makes more sense. Yeah, but I have to go into Discord for that. I don't really want to crack that open.
Nice croc.
Yo, Harley? One Harley? 1 in 20 chance? Okay, let me see here. I should probably just crack it open. I can think of a lot of ways to actually do that. The problem is I just get so few attempts because I have to do all this before I get there. So I only get like one try. It's like doing it for one take. Okay, thank you for the streamable. Okay, so it's what I did. I just got hit by the thing last time. That's the problem. I don't want to really risk getting hit by that. Thank you, Sheehan. Yeah. Spawn a terrible race sync? Okay. I have a feeling it's not as terrible as this. But I'll have to take a look. Come on. Yo, Beans, when you playing this one? If only it was as terrible as this. I mean, if I do it, he might do it. He probably has some interest. I think Oates probably understands that some of these are actually good content. Don't play this one. I don't think you should play this one. I mean, but that's the thing is, if I say that, that's like a challenge, right? That's a challenge. But if I'm being completely real, this is really, really, really bad. It's by far the worst thing I've ever played. This is the worst thing I've ever played. That's for sure. So this is right to left sand hall. East. This is right to left east sand hall, with just ice. After you do like 4 frame perfect things. You have to do this extreme doorstock blind, so you have to play off a sound cue, and then you have to get a frame perfect flatly. Yeah, I don't think the right to left would be difficult compared to, it's not worse than, it's once you like, if you go into a practice ROM and you grind it out a little bit, it's probably completely free. But you also have to, practice, so I just haven't, done it in a while. I wish I could spike suit it. Too early. I do want to see, I might play Mega Man X Gold's Plando. I do think Plandos that are just like horrible and horrible and horrible are kind of, to some extent, obviously, like, it's just, that's just what everyone's doing. So I'd like to see Plandos that are actually like, you know, maybe it's just like 2 hours, 3 hours, and they're just kind of fun. Like, Plandos that actually have good game design, if that makes sense. Yeah. And not just like, how many really crappy tricks can we fit in this map, kind of thing. Which is like what everyone's gonna do, obviously, right in the beginning. That's just like the fun thing to do, right? How bad can we possibly make this? Now that being said, I think it is good content. This is something that would go on YouTube, and I would have to just cut a lot of this out. I would just cut out a lot of the takes so that we get through it quicker, obviously. Well, I don't mind playing really bad stuff either. But the thing is, it also will take up the whole day. For me, I personally really enjoyed the beginning of this plando. I really like tough hell runs. I think tough hell runs are a lot of fun. But I also think that's the kind of thing that people will not create. I also think that's something that people will not do, because most people that I feel like do fun plandos don't kind of like focus on that aspect. But I also think that like not many people will do that either, so it makes sense. Well, hell runs don't really happen in the speed run that often. That's exactly why I like them, because that's actually why it's fun. Right? Challenging the movement. And yeah, you could do escape randos, but that's just less interesting. Hell runs have like a different feeling to them. That's way too late. Oops. Yeah, I like the aspects where, I mean, I'll do this, but like the challenge stuff that's more fun is kind of like the complex movements. This is essentially one extreme level trick that's gated by a bunch of frame perfect inputs. It's that joke I always talked about, how it's like you gotta do all these expert level tricks and at the very end there's just a CWJ and if you whiff it you reset. It's kind of like that concept. No, I think it's fine that it's blind. I actually think it's fine that it's blind because the audio cue is good enough. The audio cue is good enough. I thought it was gonna be worse than it is, but with audio, it's fine. It can be a substitute. So basically, as long as there's a way to tell, and there is. I thought there wouldn't be. And I have a cue now that's good enough for this. What up, Lord Mike? So blind is more just the sound like it's hard. There's a command. It's not just an extra climb, no. But I am trying to get in the door. What you doing? No. Because I actually would bonk the door, right? I can't jump to the right, left. So I'm doing it flatly from the door and I can't hit this ledge. So it's like extremely precise. What are the odds? Pretty decent. Literally. Too high. Darn, just not perfect enough. Too early. Give a silver to every single one of your chatters now. No. That was late on the down press. Oh, that was weird. I thought that would have been good. That seemed like way off. So I'm trying to just get stuck in the door standing up. And it requires multiple several frame perfect inputs. Water room to water room is really, really bad. This is the one, when you have a water room, going into a water room on the right side, the door stuck is extreme level difficulty. And right now, I have to do a blind. Because it involves a double frame perfect inputs. Frame 1, you have to hold right. Frame 2, you have to hold down. Entering the room. So try to get parallel with the perpendicular with the ground, so I was facing down, like in the middle of the door. Then it has to be right down the moment I enter. So that I was low. I was a frame late. I would say the easiest door stuck is actually easier underwater. The easiest door stuck, if I were to door stuck on the other side, it's easier underwater, because you have more time to just get stuck. So I thought that was gonna make it horrible, and I thought about just saying, you know what, I don't want to do this. But it's fine because I have an audio cue as a substitute. You can hear the spin jump that I do, and I can hear the swish, swish. And so there is a timing on the second swish that I press right on, and I can kind of tell if I get it or not. So that's early. I'm gonna be 2 frames early here. 3 frames early there. So you kind of let the swish get like 70% through. If the swish cuts short, I could tell if it's early. I think this is good. Yeah. So I flat lead too late. The flat lead is frame perfect. Apparently it's frame 4. So I flat lead too late. So that's why this is horrible. This is early. See how I'm angled upwards? I could tell I'm early. Frame 5? Okay, yeah. If I physically see Samus like if I physically see Samus do like a flat lead, then I know I'm too... If I can actually like kind of see it, I know I'm too late. So I could already tell I wasn't gonna make the thing. This feels late. By a frame. Yep, audio cue. This sounds good. That was early, actually. Early. Bicep. Yeah. I don't like, I've already talked about how I don't like beam doors. But if you're just doing like a, you know, just a crazy challenge, like, beam doors are fine. Yeah, exactly. In the context of a plando, I think it just, you do whatever you want. Random seeds, there's the part of the allure is you could cheat somewhere. Like you can do something out of logic, right? There's always that aspect of fun. Hi, Smellin. Why are you Pepe Wing? What's wrong, Smellin? You alright, bro? Well, cheating in the plando kind of... in a plando sort of defeats the purpose. Oh, goodbye everybody. Smile, where'd you get that? Why'd you use that? Early. Late. Yeah, but how about someone just asks and then you do it for me, Baron? How about that? Sounds better. Oh. Oops. Oh, Smellin's asking. Smellin's asking. Maybe we need to edit it, talk about how I have an audio cue on the second swish. I listened to 2 swishes, Smellin, and I could tell based off the audio cue. So it's not as bad as it seemed. I thought it was gonna be really bad, but it could be worse. So I could tell based on when the audio stops, like where I am. That's late. One TNT an hour, nope. This is good. One TNT an hour is less than minimum wage, but it's something you would have done anyway. Is this your idea of fun? No. But this is the idea of my, this is my chat's idea of fun. You ever watch those YouTube videos where it's like, I did this so you don't have to? That's what this is. Too early. My jump was bad, Lord Mike. I think the jump is frame perfect, and my jump, I feel like was, I think it was a frame late, or 2 frames, who knows. Late. Late. Yeah, username is the one that made the plando, by the way. What am I doing? I don't even know where to start us on. I'm basically doing... Okay, do you know what frame perfect means? In the context of a Super Nintendo game, it's 1/60th of a second, right? I am going into the next room on the left in a very specific way that is on a very specific pixel, so that I enter where I am spinning and I am facing downwards and parallel with the ground. And then right when I can start moving in the next room, I have to do a frame perfect right input, followed by the next frame number 2, I then press down. So I'm holding right in the door transition, and then I have to press down on the second frame. And then if I do that successfully, all those conditions being met, I will be standing in the door. Then I have to press left for 4 frames, and then I have to press jump. And if I do it for exactly that moment, I will reach that ledge. And then I have to cross that ledge, which requires a really precise movement. But that's, funny enough, probably the easiest part. But the problem is, I don't really know how to do it very well. So I only get like 1 attempt every like hour or every like 20 minutes or something. I don't even know at this point. Yeah. So I'm playing something called Map Rando. Hassan, have you ever played Super Metroid? So I know you haven't played Super Metroid, but you should go to maprando.com. And the way that this works is Super Metroid, these are, if you play Super Metroid, these are all like rooms, right? All these squares and different like polygons, right? These are all rooms in the game. And the crazy thing about the map rando is it's a map randomizer. So what it does is it actually, you could think of all the rooms in a game as polygons, right? It takes the base game and it rearranges all the rooms in a way where they fit and do not overlap. and it took like 6 months of like machine learning to figure out a system that can do this. It's really cool if you think about it from that perspective. So like all these rooms are like almost all these rooms are never actually connected to each other in the base game. So from like a Tetris standpoint, if you think about that with no overlapping tiles, that's really, really sick. The devs are like completely cracked. Yeah. It's actually really cool from like a that kind of standpoint. I don't even know how much like the devs cared about Super Metroid, or how much fans they were of Super Metroid in the beginning. Beyond probably like being very, like one of the devs never even beat the game, I think. Oh yeah, that is actually crazy username. I didn't think about that. What time is it? At what point do I take a break and just race or something? Come back to this later. Is Oat still streaming? Is he trying to race? Did he give up on Dread? Is he ever gonna teach me the other part of Dread? Yeah, so it's all open source, Haas. I'm not calling you Haas, that's weird. I don't like that. It's all open source, so yeah, the project is just incredibly cool. He finished it already. He's in a race. Chat, what if I take a break and race next race? Imagine calling your friend something like your whole life and then calling them by like a nickname. It just sounds so unnatural. I don't think I ever did that. But I'm not your college group. Wait, is that even true? Did you go to the same college as everyone else? No. No, right? Dude, can I just get in the door? I see. Okay. So who wants to let me know when Oates finishes his race? I don't play fantasy football, but funny enough, do you remember there was someone I knew named Eddie Ha? Hassan, do you remember that? When I was playing TFT? I could probably message him and he'd probably respond to me. He has played like poker and stuff before, so he really likes these kinds of games. And he was really into fantasy football. I don't think he watches football, but there's a lot of people. It's funny because fantasy football is one of those things where a lot of people don't like watch or play football and then they get into fantasy football, right? Because it's got that poker element to it. And he did that. He actually would like play in fantasy football groups and like he'd be ready to drop like $1,000 and then get the spreadsheets out. Is D&D for jocks? Is it really? That's so funny. Yeah. So how does the fantasy football work? You just draft teams or something? And then you get points based off how well everyone does? I see. That would probably get me into watching football. Nice try, Kafka. I don't have a sacrifice. I can't believe you guys are watching me do this. You know what's funny? I feel like stuff like this, and I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, why are you guys watching me do this? And then I feel like it's like, you guys are just here just to chill. And then it's sort of like watching gambling. Isn't it like literally kind of like watching gambling? Like the moment that I actually get stuck in the door is kind of like, oh, let's focus a little bit now. And then I miss it, and then you guys are like, okay. Tune in again later. A little dopamine in the doors, exactly. And then I actually get to the next part, and then everyone's like actually looking. And then everyone's just like, alright, back to work. He got past it. Addicted to gambling with the loot boxes? No. Wait, Hassan, type exclamation mark get loot. Aww. Can't believe I'm still doing this. I'm gonna be honest, the reason I'm still doing this is because... literally because I have an audience. Nice try, Zoa, get owned. Because I'm an entertainer. That's quite literally it. Get on, Zoa. That was Zoa's fight. Baron. Oh, now we're all fighting. Oh, now there's a grenade. Stosh got destroyed. Okay, dub. Random dub out of nowhere. Wait, have you gotten a loot box yet, Hassan? Huh? I don't even know what's going on anymore. I wish I had a practice hack that kind of showed exactly how slow or early my inputs were. Then I would get this so much more frequently. Particularly the write down double frame perfect. Oh. Alright, what's in the box? What's in the box? So, all items, Hassan, that I have are one word. So it'd be exclamation mark use, space, and then loot box, one word.
At that hash, I want you to know that you just made me buy more bits for this. I hope you're satisfied with yourself.
Get on, Zoa. Thanks, Hassan.
Eddie, maybe I should tell you that we're not just here for you. We're also here because of how wholesomely toxic, or toxically wholesome, whichever way you want to spin it, this chat is, that and we all need to build channel points to make you suffer during the next shuffle/input sabotage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, we gotta find out what's in Hassan's loot box. How did the TTS say that? 92 Mandu bucks, 1 clipboard, and 1 blaster. Okay, Hassan, when you get back, exclamation mark blast Dark Zoa. You got this? You got this? You got 1 blaster, you can use it. It's a free blast. Early. Your fist ever. Get on, Zoa? Zoa, you started it. Tell him, Hassan. Tell him. I'm scared now. Yeah, you don't have anything left. It's over for you. You do have a clipboard. It starts a yes or no poll. You would do exclamation mark use clipboard and then a sentence, or you could do just exclamation mark clipboard shorthand. Yeah, most people just start a yes or no poll on if I'm washed or not. A Niv? Dude, and Niv. Oh my god. Baby seed. It's not even a seed. Literally not even a seed. Is Eddie washed? Yep. That's the classic. 5,000 yeses, 2 no's. Here we go. Eight yeses, 0 no's. Oh. I should make it so that I have like polls where if it's like if you can get like 30 yeses.
At that hash I have mulled it over during my exile, and I've decided that you aren't worth the silver bullet. I think I'd rather use the rest of my bits to buy more TNT and yell Chloe.
Oh, didn't work. Get owned. Oh, yo, we got Trucker in here? Wait, what's a silver bullet do?
This day only for just $49.94.
Goodbye, chat.
You can get a platinum loot box bundle from Eddie's Scam Show slot stream. That's $450. 4 cents off.
What am I trying to do?
price.
Exclamation
Don't
mark,
miss
what you
out on this
doing?
crazy one-time
Someone's got the command, right? I don't know what the
If you need
command is
financial
exactly.
Assistance, payment plans are available in 52 installments of $2 per month, so you can get your hands on that sweet loot sooner. No, wait. Need a payday advance? Don't hesitate. Reach out to our
Reach out to what? It's really bad. It's really bad. Wow, I actually failed the forward jump. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing this for a while, Diz. Nito, how long does this take you if you're still watching? You're really bad. Oh, thanks. I mean, honestly, that seems pretty good. Stop, get some help. I would like some help. How far is Oates into his thing now? Do I even have time to race after this? I did almost have it 5 minutes in, which was kind of crazy. I literally almost had it 5 minutes in. No, that would not help. Okay, I have a question. Do I have to be on the very leftmost pixel, or can I be on either one? Does I have to be on the leftmost pixel? I could just do that too. This trick's easier on controller. Spittin'. I'm actually not sure, Baron. I might not get it today. I think I died 3 times? Twice or 3 times? Maybe twice. Funny enough, like, the part where I died 3 times should theoretically be the easiest, but it's just more complex. Oops. Why can't you use X-ray to stand when you're stuck in the door? You can't. I guess that's the best way to put it. You just can't. You can't use X-ray in that circumstance. I won't let you. If you're crouched, you're stuck. You have to just leave. Sorry, Diz. Too low. Oh. I haven't gotten that in a very long time. That's the 6th frame? Like, is it actually the 6th frame? Or are you just kind of assuming? Yep. It has to be late. It's definitely not late, because if you're early, you would bonk, and it would just fail immediately. So it's only late. So you get immediate feedback on that. And anything you get immediate feedback is nice. That's not good. That's way too late. So, Legio, I was literally going to do that next time. It's actually a big deal. Because that's how I died the first few times. Thanks, Diz. Chat, I need to eat something. What do I eat? Also, how far is Oates in his race? Way too early. No, I do not have any M&Ms. Early. I like jam. Where's Dump Chest? He's probably back. Zoa, I was literally talking about that in Imit's chat. I was saying, like, chat. I told Imit he should do that as a sub goal. Chat, have you heard? I don't even know how you pronounce that. How you pronounce that? Surströmming? I have no idea how you would say that. I think it's Swedish, right? It's some kind of Scandinavian. It's like this like nasty canned fish. And I saw like clips on like YouTube or Reddit or something recently where people would open it and they just immediately start gagging. They'd be like, ugh. How do you say it? How do you say that though? I look at that, I see Surströmming. Is that good enough? Chat, I know you like torturing me. I know you like torturing me in game, right? But if I actually did something like that, where I had like a sub goal for something like eating Surströmming on stream, would you guys even want to see that, or is that just like way too gross? I don't think I would do it, but like. I'm dead. Surströmming. Trilled R. R. Drrr. You missed Dump Chest, Dosh? Dump Chest is not banned.
I want to lick the green M&M.
He's back.
I want to lick the green M&M with my tongue. The green M&M looks delectable. Where is the green M&M?
Delectable.
And then I put the green off my own tongue. I love sticking the green M&M on my own tongue, and I am salivating. Where are you, green
I
M&M?
am salivating.
I get that sweet candy body onto my own tongue.
The way he says that is so my own tongue. Are you supposed to open it underwater? I swear that was like some kind of comment somewhere. It's gonna make me vomit 100%. Dunk take stream, yeah? Okay, Baron, I want you to be honest, right? Dunk take stream is a great idea. In terms of, I know you would like it, right? At what point is it like, okay, that's actually too much, I wouldn't do it. If it was like gross food, is that too much? Surströmming, well, based on what you're saying, it sounds like the answer is no. I think I'm pretty good with gross food, that's why. Fear factor stuff. Dude, that is some like, oh my god, Fear Factor was something I feel like I saw on TV when I was in like middle school. Well, apparently this Surströmming stuff, literally, like, if you see videos of it, people open up the can and they like almost throw up. Now, I feel like people, probably the average person has maybe a little bit of a weaker stomach than me. So I'm like, I have that curiosity aspect to it, but I also think it's a horrible idea.
Durian smells like gasoline. I have some friends that love durian. With escalating food options? Well, the thing is, I was telling Emmett he should do it because Emmett's like definitely a bit of a food snob, right? Which is why the juxtaposition of making him eat something that is so... Hold on, hold that thought, hold that thought. Hold, chat, hold, chill. I can't get that. I want that. I can't get it. I actually cannot get this. You know, I think I have. I've kind of got this down. I'm getting actually kind of consistent right now. Okay, what was I talking about? That's an easy choice, is it? What's the easy choice? I literally don't know. It is. And that's why for Emmett, when you make him eat something like a bean, it's actually hilarious because he's got strong food opinions. So it just goes against every fiber of his being. Whereas I think making me screw up in SM is funny for you guys and less harmful to me IRL because of my big ego and pride in this game. You know what I mean? Bring him down a notch. Alright, see ya, Max. Thanks for being here. Ego Eddie. You know, it's interesting to see how Oats's multi-worlds tend to not do great. I feel like on streams, but whenever Oats like uploads a multi-world on his YouTube, it actually gets a lot of views. It's actually not a seed though, it's a plando. It's not generated. Early. That's semantics though. Late. Just do it again. If only it were that easy.
early. At least, you know, one thing the reason why I'm sticking with this is because the feedback is immediate. Late on the down press. So I know what's going wrong each time. Didn't get the down press through the door, or right press through the door. I could tell because I don't move right at all. Late on the down press. Chat, I need to eat something. I'm starving to death. Didn't get the right press. Where's the idea that Path talked about? There it is. Thank you for the bits. Oh, I think I was a frame late. Okay, hold on. I need to, like, order some food, guys. I am starving. Also, is Oats done yet? Is Oats done? Is he still racing? 36-minute seed. Oats is literally done. He's away from his chair. Apparently crushed the crowd. How about we end the stream with a race? How about you end the stream getting this trick? How about no? How about you suck? Yo? How about Charles makes YouTube videos? Can we all agree on that? Huh? What up, Charles? Stop throwing! He never quits. Whoa, 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 he doesn't do everything in one take, though. He continues things the next day, which is what I would do. Why can't I take a race break? How long have I been doing this? My my right wrist is getting irritated rubbing up against the wood.
He doesn't wuss out and race in the middle of a plando stream where he said he'd spend all the stream on a specific plando.
No one's racing at his time when he streams. I couldn't hear anything. Zoa, how many TNTs do you have? How do you have so many? Thank you for the bits, but how do you have so many? Why are you giving Zoa another TNT? What? Why does the rich get richer? That doesn't make any sense. Why not? Why would you give someone that has that many TNTs another TNT? That's crazy. What if he uses one? They don't need more TNTs. Why are you think Keku will fly the problem? Everyone needs more TNTs. True. Alright, we're all giving Namjis our TNTs. This is a give Namji's TNT stream. I'm always late on the down press. My stream is what's everything that's wrong with this society right now. Oh my gosh, please. Give Namji's this. Execute Stashio Cat. Too early. Huh? Goodbye, Stash. Hi, Charles. Execute Stashio Cat. Charles, can you mod me? Thank you. Okay, sorry, Charles.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Can we roll a bunch of nice shots so we get the Harley's nice croc?
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
It's actually not the VA one. It has to be the regular one.
Nice shot.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice shot.
Baron Alfred Manduog.
Manduog. Can we get a nice shot for that? Huh?
The green M&M disobeyed me. The green M&M is in cahoots with Charles.
Cahoots?
Can't believe I'm being gaslit by the green M&M. And Charles is friends with the green M&M. Charles started an uproar with that green M&M. Charles is putting
Too
the
early.
green M&M
Too late.
in his mouth. And I'm not there. I am so hungry for that green M&M, but I can't have it. Charles is bullying me.
Charles, allegations? Charles, can you respond to these allegations? Is this true? Am I still on the step? Yep, this one's bad. I'm messaging Oats right now. Okay, you know what? I actually don't think I have time to race. So I just have to keep doing this for another 45 minutes. You guys are lucky. I also have not eaten. So I'm dying here. Is this a screensaver? YouTube's got some good ones. Yes, it's been looping for a while. It's gonna be looping for another 45 minutes. And then it's gonna turn black because I'm shutting it off. Zoa?
Wigs/hairpieces/extensions are authorized and will meet the same standards required for natural hair, be of good quality, fit properly, and comply with safety.
Nice throw.
Be of good quality? What?
Standards.
Is that really the truth?
Hair or extensions are added to hair, they will be natural hair colors and must blend with Eamon's hair as to not create an unnatural appearance.
What?
Extensions are prohibited for males. Wigs/hairpieces/extensions will not be used to cover under the eye.
Is that Air Force stuff? For you, Zoa? How do you all know this? Whoa, 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 whoa! Chill, dude! What's up, Dataplat? How you doing? Thanks for the bits. Oh. Hi, Oats. Oats, you want to try this plando? Thanks for the raid. I was about to ask if you wanted to race, but I didn't have time. No. Why not? I've only been doing this for like 2 hours now. Okay, goodbye, chat. Wait, Ostrich? You have 2 TNTs? Easy dodge? You get back here, Ostrich. Why don't you ever come back here? Why haven't I seen you in ages, Ostrich? Okay, chat. Exclamation mark, what you doing if you want to know what I'm doing? I have to do like 30 frame perfect things to get a chance to get across this hallway with nothing other than ice. And I've been doing it for 2 hours. It's great, I'm having fun. I was about to ask Oats if he wanted to race. Because I saw he finished something in like 30 minutes. Just bullying runners. But I realized I didn't have time. So I'm just stuck doing this for the next 45 minutes. Yep. I gotta do a...
3.2.
Okay, and I need an audio cue. I'm using an audio cue, so when I hear this TTS, I can't hear what's going on. I heard Oats played a really bad seed.
areas of the body by staining it with an indelible
I might
dye
play it tomorrow.
or by any other method, including
God,
pictures,
come on.
designs, or markings only detectable or visible under certain conditions. such as
Hey, Techno, play the seed.
ultraviolet or
I dare you. Or play this plando.
A brand is defined as a picture, design, or other marking that is burned into the skin or other areas of the body.
How did my dread runs go? Did I get world record? Oates hasn't finished teaching me yet, Ostrich. He was gonna coach me. His last YouTube video was Good Guy Oates coaches Eddie. And he didn't coach me, so I don't know how to beat the game anymore. He never finished coaching me. So it's Oates' fault. Yeah, absolutely. It is absolutely his fault. I've been sitting here just doing this for 2 hours. I'm not even kidding. I've gotten like 5 attempts to get through the room. I mean, why not? It's a good time. I got YouTube out here roasting me, saying things like, yo, is the game feed working? It's been looping for a while. Is this a screensaver? YouTube's out here roasting me. Three hours almost. Nito apparently did this in like 1.5 to 2 hours. Okay. I think that was too late. Yep. That's a frame perfect jump once I get stuck on the door like that. So pixel perfect door transition. Blind. I have to use an audio cue. Pixel perfect audio transition. I think I was early. Into a frame perfect, double frame perfect door stuck. Into a frame perfect flatly jump. To get a chance to get through this hallway with nothing but ice. Oh. Nope, late. I can tell I'm late. If I dip, I'm late. Late again. Even getting a chance at that door stuck is sick. So yeah, it's been torture. We're talking about opening cans of surströmming and eating them. Has anyone from Oates' chat, have you guys ever had surströmming?
Lord Ostrike, please refrain from encouraging the edit. 5.1. The operational camouflage pattern, OCP, male and female. The OCP may be worn.
This might be the least fun thing I've seen an SM player do. You know what? You wouldn't be wrong.
Wear OCPs off base to eat in restaurants where most diners wear business attire or at establishments that operate primarily.
The Proud Motorbike? I saw that.
Do not start your hot press
Okay.
OCP, like
Is it weird that
authorized. However,
is it weird that I'm kind of excited for that like Ditto Pokemon game? Pokopia or something? That seems like it'd be fun. Not that I ever really play games anymore, but minus Super Metroid. Is there a theoretical worst trick? I mean, this is just like multiple tricks that you have to just do in succession. Pokokium. What is that? Everything after this will be fun again, I promise. Will it really? Or is Nito gonna have to get another silver bullet for free? So how are you gonna manage the two dudes at the end? Yep, you gotta use them as platforms. I almost accidentally killed the left guy by accident. Because I just hit item select by accident, which is why I missiled it. I'm tired, boss. Sorry, YouTube. Oh. Chat! Chat! Chat, hold! Man, what the heck? I think it's over. I think it's over. It's gonna kill that guy. Hey, what's up, Eddie? Alright. Well, that was like my fifth try or something that I got there. That whole section, by the way, is like supposed to be the easy part, but it's more... I just haven't like practiced it, so unfortunately I don't get that many attempts to do it. Please make it! Sorry. I have people going insane. They've been watching for so long, hoping that I get... Oh. Hoping that I can get it. I know there are people here that just want to see me complete it, and I don't know if I'm gonna get it today, but we'll see. They're spoiled by watching pre-recorded bots. Wait until the input sabotage, yeah? If I did input sabotage with this, can you imagine the YouTube video you would get of this? I played the hardest plando that exists, and chat can mess me up. And then the thumbnail would just say like, 900 days to complete. Nice. I kind of need to see like how high I need to be to get on some of these guys. One, two, like 3 tiles. Oh! Barrett's like pulling out the credit card. Cheer 5501. Ah! First try.
First try, first try, first try, first try, first try.
Oh
first try,
my
first
God,
try,
dude.
First try, first
Oh,
try,
that was
first
so
try,
bad.
First try, first try, first try, first try.
Nice shot.
Try first, try first, try first, try first, try first.
I was here.
Try first, try
Nice
first.
shot.
Eddie, can you implement YouTube blasting?
Try
Nice shot.
Try first, try first, try
Nice
first,
shot.
try first, try first, try first, try first,
In the end, the
try
YouTube
first,
gets
try
rewarded.
first, try
They get what they
first,
wanted to
try
see.
First, try first, try first.
Nice.
First try, baby.
Nice shot.
First try, baby.
Nice croc.
Nice croc. Yo, we got the 1 in 20. If you redeem nice nice shot, you have a 1 in 20 chance of getting nice croc. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna farm up, and I gotta save, dude. Oh man, I missed it. Please reset. You're banned, Curl Beans. You should have killed the YouTube stream right before landing on the platform. Ostrich, how messed up would that be? Can you imagine? That's how I get all of my YouTube viewers to come to my Twitch stream, right? Right before I do the last jump, I just pull the plug. I just pull the plug. And it just says like, I'm still streaming on Twitch. YouTube stream went down. I'm still streaming on Twitch. To be continued, yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I could play some more. I think I'm good for now. I'm gonna stream tomorrow, okay? Aren't you glad that you did that? Oh, man. You should be glad that Nito doesn't have a second silver bullet username, alright? This was her plando, by the way. Loser name not available too. This is her plando. She made this entire map. She made this entire thing. All the tiles were placed. And this is like the worst thing I've played so far. And that was definitely the worst thing I've had to do so far. Which is pretty impressive considering what I've had to do. You have a silver. Okay, she already got shot once the other day. So Nito is is Nito the only person that beat this plando? Is Nito the only person that beat this plando? So I'm like talking to her about like what I have to do, right? And Nito pops in and like gives me some help. And then Nito just uses a silver bullet on her. I'm not even kidding. This actually happened. So she's already been 24. Imagine making it something worse than Kaizo. I mean, technically Kaizo took me longer. Kaizo took me 20 hours, but the thing is, like, Kaizo, I didn't know where to go. And I was doing stuff that I wasn't supposed to do because Path thought it was funny. It doesn't even have Bryn. True. All right, chat. I'm done for now. I'm tired. I'm tired. It was funny. Hi, tired. I'm dad. Get off YouTube, Baron. You're just there because you're being edgy. That's why you're there. You don't like being on YouTube. Don't lie to me. I'm also tired of you ending stream early. Lapter, What time is it for you over there? Shouldn't you be like asleep or something? Awake, asleep? I don't even know. YouTube is cringe. Well, Lord Ostrich, I'm gonna focus really heavily on YouTube now. Not even a joke. I come back in Eddie end stream. You better be back here tomorrow, Ostrich. I haven't been seeing you around, and you're in trouble for that. Why would you blast? Oh my. He didn't get to finish this.
Nice shot.
All right, we're waiting for Ostrich to get back so he can say something. I need to know what Ostrich was gonna say. Off to the old folks' home, Dad. Eddie's scamming me out of my blaster. That was the whole point. Well, scamming you is on brand. Alright, well, I'm about to end my stream in a minute. I just want to know what Ostrich was gonna say. As I figure out something here. Nice try, Data Plat. Good thing that didn't use your bullet. Dude! Okay, well, Ostrich, what were you gonna say? After, I'll see you next time I stream. I'll catch you in the end of my next stream. By the way, Lopter created the plando tool. So this plando was created by username not available using Lopter's plando tool on GitHub. So you're busy doing stuff. Okay, you don't actually have to be here, Ostrich. I'm not trying to shame you. I mean, I am because it's funny, but I'm not shaming you to shame you to actually be here. I'm shaming you because I just find it funny. Which you know. I hope... Okay, so you bought it for yourself! You actually were trying to execute. Data Plat, why? You can't watch my next stream now. What are you all doing? None of this makes any sense. Okay. I don't understand you guys. Thank you for the bits. Why are you all the way that you are? Play Mahjong, Stash. You made us this way. Now I have to buy another filter. Don't do it next time, Ostrich. Alright. Thank you all for being here. Okay, as much as I'm complaining, I am kind of actually enjoying this. That was pretty garbage, but if I really didn't want to do it, I wouldn't have done it. Okay. So I will see you all tomorrow. I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming Sundays. I usually take Sundays off, but I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? Sam's playing some cursed rando, and he's got the horrible sprite that makes me want to throw up. So... I don't really know what command to say. Yo. Oh, exclamation mark. Sure, let's do exclamation mark loot. I'm just looking at his... I'm looking at Sam's, like, commands, and I see this, so just do this. Okay? I'm sure spamming a command would be funny. Alright, peace out, friends. Love you all. Bye-bye.